footbed, a soft interior, and easy slip-on silhouette. They're supportive enough to stand in, cozy enough to forget that you're wearing them. And cozier purchases, here's the best one. They're risk-free. Try it yourself. Cozier backs everything with a 30-day return policy because they're confident you're going to feel the difference. And if you don't, returning it is simple. These are made to last. A lifetime warranty on your homeware isn't something you see often. The kind of commitment that tells you something about how they're made. Thanks to Cozy for sponsoring this episode. I should say, the way they're made is one of the primary materials that they use is viscose, which comes from bamboo. But you also stay cool. I don't know how to express that. This spring, give yourself the kind of comfort that lives with you all day, not just the moment you get home. Head to cozier.com, use the code Majority Report, all one word, for an exclusive 20% off. That's code Majority Report for an exclusive 20% off. And if you see a post-purchase survey, mention that you heard about Cozier right here. You get what I'm saying in terms of like the weight.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Also, sponsoring the program today, estate planning. Now, I know what you're thinking. I don't have a huge estate. Why do I need estate planning? I got news for you. Even if you're leaving just a 2016 Subaru, and I'm not suggesting that you hoping you drive that car for many more years. The point being that you don't want to leave you don't want to leave your family to deal with stuff like probate, all this. It's not a seamless thing. And estate planning can be very, very intimidating. Trust and Will offers affordable, attorney-designed, state-specific estate plans online that you can create in as little as 30 minutes. Trust and Will is the most trusted name in online estate planning. And if you need expert input, things are a little bit more complicated for you. They have attorney support available as an add-on to your plan. It is a super easy-to-use website. You go in, they just keep asking you questions. They're simple questions. How many cases? Do you want to which this to you? Do you want to split it equally? Do you resent your child? But the point is, it's very, very easy, and they build it for you. And
yeah, some people like me are just destined
we had another
to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the walls on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change.
Ensure that your will is carried out.
Oh no, I'm far from perfect. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work.
According to Trustpilot, Trust and Will is the most trusted name in online estate planning. I mean, particularly when you get to marriage, but I wish I had done this earlier.
It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes?
Trust and Will, affordable estate plans, priceless peace of mind.
I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to wait. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't want to be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be.
Quick break.
I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Former civil servant who worked at USAID and the Ford administration's author of Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account. How the Trump administration is
insane, pulling heavy on my brain.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Bigland on the Majority Report. I want to welcome to the program Nicholas Heinrich, former civil servant, worked at USAID under 4 administrations, starting with Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump again, and author of Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded the USAID. Nicholas, welcome to the program. I really enjoyed your book. It was like a memoir, but also sort of like also a policy book in many ways. In like a sort of it's rare that we get to see sort of the operations of these things. And this, in this case, it's a very specific agency, but this is going to be the story, I think, of our entire government. The vast majority of all these important agencies get a sense of like institutional degradation that has taken place over just 2 years now, not even 2 years, and what it's going to take to rebuild. So welcome to the program. Why don't we just start with what USAID, $40 billion budget, I believe it is, or was. What did it do?
Yeah, so USAID was the agency in the federal government that delivered foreign aid and international development to countries around the world. Very successful. Less than 1% of the federal budget. Saved 92 million lives over just the last 20 years alone. But important to recognize that it's not a charity. It also did a lot of things to keep Americans safer, especially in global health where I work. I think since the COVID pandemic, I think we all know that infectious diseases abroad do not necessarily stay overseas, and we helped countries prevent and detect infectious diseases before they could come to our borders. And we built partnerships that help the United States and build countries, and on the foundation of American generosity for about 6 decades, that created an international framework that the United States
I mean, it was created under the Kennedy administration, along with the Peace Corps. This was a way to generate, or in many respects, like American influence, if not power, but soft power, and do so by making friends. I mean, like essentially to help people, and aside from, like you say, a lot of this had implications for American health too, because particularly less so maybe in 1960, but certainly by the time you get to 2020, we saw quite quickly how something that starts all the way around the world can impact this country. It was meant to sort of be, in many respects, good PR. Aside from sort of like, it's a good thing to help people. It was good PR for the U.S. Give us a sense of like the various silos, because I've had conversations with people who are very skeptical
in the dark haze,
both because
polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you.
Frankly, I mean, I'd love you to address that.
Where the spaces, corner races, you're the feeling that I choose.
But also a mechanism in which to project.
I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling.
So give us a sense of what the breakdown
You're
of like how the budget
disconnected
is
in your
and those two critiques.
Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how
right. It wasn't. It's not just a charity. It's meant to lead, to help America and lead through soft power. And I think it was General Mattis actually who said that if you don't fully fund the development budget, then you need to buy me more bullets, because USAID and the work that we did in development and the partnerships that we built was basically the most efficient and effective way to keep America in a leadership role around the world for.
There we go. Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. I know. We were having some technical difficulties. That's why it took me so long. Hello, guys. Hello. No, I know you could hear the other window. I was having a few technical difficulties, but I'm back now. Hi, guys. Hello. Welcome. So happy, what day is it today? Today is, what is it? Thursday? No, it's not. It's Monday. Whatever. One of those days, right? I'm just kidding. I know it's Monday. Hello, guys. All right. So, how's everyone doing? We got a lot to talk about today, guys. We got a lot to talk about it. Elevator lady, this is just a green tea citrus, just like citrusy green tea. That's about it. That's all it really is. It's nothing too crazy. All right, everyone ready? Everyone ready? We got a lot to talk about, so let's get to it. Let me see who's here first of all. Let's see who's here. Obviously, let's see who's here. First of all, we have James. Hello, James. James, I'm so glad you're here, as always, James. Always so glad you're here. What was that noise? Always so glad you're here, James, as always. James, of course, is one of our background lurkers, and we love him dearly, okay? James, did you hear yesterday you got a boop? I wasn't sure if you were still here, but I gave you a boop, okay? I hope you know you had a boop. I booped ya, okay? All right, hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? Everything going well? I certainly hope so, SoCal. We all love SoCal. SoCal has been around for ages, by the way. SoCal has been around since, like, the beginning of time, I swear to God. Hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. Mayflower Kid. We got Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid says, as the Jester's traveling entertainer, I sarcastically request a bonk of the like button. Yes, please, folks. If you're over on YouTube, please hit the like button. It'll help get more people in here. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Ooh, boo, 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 boo. Okay. Gwen is here. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing, Gwen? You having a good day? Yes, please, Gwen. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. It'd be very helpful to me. If you're over on Twitch, follow me. It'll help, Yesterday, by the way, guys, I got 12 more followers. That was really nice because of that raid we experienced. So that was lovely. So glad. Okay. Virtual Violence. Hello, Virtual Violence. So glad you're here. So glad you're back and beautiful, Virtual Violence. So glad. Hello, Virtual Violence. Lurking Snow Leopard. Don't you give me that look, Lurking Snow Leopard. Don't you give me that look. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. So glad you're here as always. So glad you're here as always. Ivana, is Rudy dead yet? No, Ivana. Unfortunately, let's put it this way, okay? We all hear about poor Rudy Giuliani and the suffering he's going through with whatever, some kind of disease he has or whatever it is. How sad. What a shame. I'm very sad. Very sad for poor Rudy Giuliani. I'm sure you all know that, we're all probably deeply concerned for Rudy Giuliani, are we not? I'm sure we're all deeply concerned for poor Rudy Giuliani, right? All right. All right. Yeah, I know, right? Mayflower Kid, he's good anymore. Probably might be. Ivana is okay. Unfortunately, not. Yeah, I know. It would be nice if we had some good news on that front today, wouldn't it? Yes, may the 4th be with you as well, Gwen. The 4th be with you. Hello, Demosthenes. Okay, Demosthenes. I don't actually care about Rudy Giuliani, but anyway. Demosthenes, so glad you're here. So glad you're here, Demosthenes. As always, Demosthenes, our great friend from Indiana. So glad you're here, Demosthenes. By the way, that's Vaporeous Orb for those who don't know. Okay. Virtual Violence, what's the news on Mamdani? He's done quite a bit recently, actually. Let's see who else we got here. Trump failed. Hello, Trump failed. Trump failed is here. SoCal must have missed the Discord chat. Yeah. What Discord chat? I don't know what it is, but okay. Hello, Mithril. How are you doing, Mithril? So glad you're here, Mithril, as always. So glad Mithril's here. Ivana's here. Hello, Ivana. So glad you're here. Okay, I got to speed this up, folks. We got to speed this up. There's too many of you. Okay, Fetty Spaghetti. Hi, Fetty Spaghetti. That's it. We're done with Fetty Spaghetti. Okay, whatever. Who else? Dolly Boy. Okay, whatever. Hello, Dolly Boy. Okay, whatever. Sir Bart. Okay, fine. Hi, Sir Bart. Hi, Sir Bart. Okay. Body Swap. Hello, Body Swap. love the ducks. Who else we got here? Jonas. Hello, Jonas. Hi. Glad. Hope you're doing well. Too many people. Hello, Metsaga. Hi, Metsaga. I hope you're doing well. Love you very much. Hello, elevator lady. Elevator lady, I will always take time to say hi to you in a slow and careful manner. Hello, elevator lady. All right, what else we got here? We got anyone else that I need to say hi to? JMac. Hello, JMac. So glad you're here, JMac. Oh my God, it's Outer Signal. So glad you're back, Outer Signal. We love having Outer Signal here. Jonas, thank you so much for the contribution. Jonas sent 400 bits. All praise the Dolly Boy cult. No, Jonas, no. No, we're not promoting the Dolly Boy cult in here, okay? I promise you, I'm gonna be worse than the Spanish Inquisition here pretty soon, okay? I'm gonna be a lot worse than the Spanish Inquisition. If we keep promoting the Dolly Boy cult, that's gonna be the end of times, okay? For most of y'all's, all right? I mean that with love, and that's not a threat. I'm not allowed to do that on Twitch or YouTube. Anyway, yes, Sir Bart, the last execution carried out by the guillotine occurred the same year A New Hope came out. Oh, thank you for that. That's actually not that long ago. We probably still have some people around who know how to operate those things. Anyway, just a note. Okay, oh, Dolly Boy, you disgust me. Okay, so TJ, hello, TJ. Yes, all hail Kazoo. Gazoo the great whale. That's my religion, is I worship Gazoo, the great sky whale. Okay, underneath his fin are all we blessed, okay? None of this Dolly Boy cult nonsense. And hello, Retro Asher. Speaking of the Gazoo cult, Retro Asher, the great prophet, is here. All right. Big there, Gwen. I agree. You should worship the jester. Okay. All right, guys, let's get into it, right? Let's get into it. How's everyone doing? So, guys, what we're going to do, guys, if we get, since Jonas already gave us 400 bits, we will start with the jester hat, okay? We will start with the jester hat. If we get maybe a couple more contributions, I'll put on the jester collar, but we'll start with the jester hat just for the shits and giggles. Why not, right? You all know that the news is fantastic, all positive, nothing sad at all happening in the world. It's a great world we have out there. So, the jester hat's very suitable for this, okay? So let's just, let me put on the jester hat. Thank you, Jonas, for the contribution. Boo! There we go. So don't worry, the jestering can begin now. Now then. All right. Oh, that feels so much better, guys. It's been a while since I've worn the jester hat, hasn't it? Anyway, so let's talk, shall we? We got some news items. So this is our plan for today, folks. This is our plan for today. This is our plan for the day. Okay, first of all, Retro Asher, I will gladly hydrate. Thank you for the hydration thing. So first of all, we have some news items, as always. We're going to go through the same process we normally go through, folks. We're going to cover some... Hello, Cody. We're going to cover some news items. Yum. Okay, we're going to cover some news items, as always. And then I'm going to do a brief a woven presentation. As Donald Trump says, I like to weave. I'm going to weave my words. Everyone says I'm a weaver. So I'm going to do a woven presentation, because I'm artsy like that, okay? We're going to do a woven presentation on 3 separate topics that kind of weave together as a whole, but they're separate, okay? So that'll be cute and artistic and lovely. But first we have some news items to cover. Do you understand me? We have some news items to cover, okay? Definitely have some news items to cover. And some of them are still developing. Some of them are still developing. So God knows what's going to happen. All right, God knows. Thank you. Whoever just followed, thank you very much. God knows what's going to happen while I'm fucking presenting here, okay? Because it, changes every goddamn minute because this stuff is ongoing. So let's start with the big story. Oh, God. All right. Oh, Jesus, do we have to do this? All right. Back to the American Empire. Okay. So here's what's going to work, how this is going to work, folks. So obviously... the American Empire is doing all sorts of nonsense over against Iran because we're the evil empire, etc. We're like the Star Wars Empire, the bad one. Okay, I don't know, is there a good one? I don't think so. We're like the bad one over there. Okay, we're the baddies. I hope you guys know that. And I don't mean baddies as in we're baneable. I mean we're the bad ones. We're the morally bad ones. Okay, so we are okay. Trump this weekend announced. All right, Trump this weekend announced that on Monday, the United States would begin escorting ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, so that ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So American ships are going to escort vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz. So far, it has been reported, and this may have changed by the time I'm speaking to you, that 2 ships, this is what has been said, is that 2 ships have made it through the Strait of Hormuz under U.S. escort. Now then, what are some issues? Like, you know what, guys? I don't need to like pontificate. What are some issues that might happen to American ships that are doing transport through the Strait of Hormuz, based off what we know about Iranian firepower? What do we think might happen to some of those ships? All right. I mean, obviously, what do we think is going to happen? Yeah, Sir Bart. Now, that's what's reported, Sir Bart, and I can't tell for my life who's telling the truth, although I much more trust what Iran's saying than I do what the U.S. is saying. But I need some veracity, some verification. There you go. Get a free fireworks show because, you know, Iran is very close to the Strait of Hormuz. There is, you know, there's a whole bunch of missiles and drones in Iran that can be used to hit U.S. ships. And so, Jonas, you say the strait turns them gay, bomb Hormuz. How dare you, Jonas? How dare you? Wouldn't that be great, though, if everyone who went through the Strait of Hormuz became a raging homosexual by the time? Oh, that'd be amazing. You know, God, send everyone there. Jesus Christ. There's a few straight people out there that I would love to be on the gay team. But anyway, all right. But guys, like, question though, if we do it reverse and we send people out of the Strait of Hormuz, would that turn them straight? Because I would love to send Peter Thiel through there. I would love to send Peter Thiel through there. You know, there's a few people that I would love to turn the other way. But anyway, you know, you straights can have them. Anyway, okay, so moving on. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted here. Yes, one might call a local shower. There you go, TJ. Moving on. You guys know I'm distractible. Okay, and no, elevator lady, no, I'm donating a Peter Thiel to you guys. All right, so all right, hilarious. Soka says 2 ships passed Trump's Strait of Hormuz, known as Melania, or would that be a or Hormuz? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Hilarious. All right. So anyway, okay, you know what? All you straights out there are oppressing me. You know that? I see you making these comments. This is all massive oppression. Guys, everyone look at the homophobia happening in chat. They're all like, no, you must keep Peter Thiel. And then they scream the F word at me. At least that's what I'm interpreting what all of them are saying as, okay? You have to accept Peter Thiel or otherwise you're homophobic. Anyway, so Philly cheese. Hello, everybody. We non-straights also reject Peter. There you go. Okay. Well, I don't care. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Okay, fine. We'll just hand over Peter Thiel to the asexuals or the trans people. Okay. Well, no. I don't know. No. We can't do that to the trans people. They're better than we are. We cannot harm the trans people, but we can send them somewhere else, right? Hey, the bisexuals can have him. Okay, whatever. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm distracted. Moving on. So again, we know what will probably end up happening to U.S. ships being pushed through the, U.S. ships that are trying to travel through the Strait of Hormuz, right? Okay. And so there was a report, by the way, what was it, like an hour ago or a little bit before that? So Iran claims, and guys, what do I say about what any government says? What do I say about how should we treat the words of any particular government? I am not saying this because of a bias against Iran. I'm saying this because of a bias against government statements, okay? We can't be certain. Iran, the IRGC, so they're sort of the militant wing of their government, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, okay, has said that they struck an American vessel with a missile, okay? And they do lie. They've lied before, okay? They're a government, they lie. The USA came out and said, no, they didn't, and that Iran claims that they struck a U.S. vessel and then that vessel retreated out of the strait. United States says, no, they didn't. I don't know who's telling the truth. And honestly, I think it's more likely that Iran's telling the truth. I just do, okay? But I don't know. Regardless, that is what's being said, okay, is that there was an American vessel hit. And to me, it's like, I do say that I do think that it's more likely that the United States is lying because Donald Trump is a little baby and wants the war over, and he wants any excuse to end a war. So he has more of a reason to lie, because if an American ship was hit, that would make him look weak if he didn't respond with force. So he has more of a reason to lie about this, I think. Okay. Iran less so. They do want to project strength, so they do have a reason to lie about it. But the United States, they mainly want to project strength against the American military and Donald Trump, and they would know if Iran is lying, so it doesn't work as much. You see what I mean? So I would suspect this is Trump lying, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, who knows? Someone's lying. All right. All right. So there we go. And in the meantime, guys, in the last 30 or so minutes, Jonas says, "Are you saying you're homophobic? You must accept teal, just like all Muslims support Hamas." That's so dark, Jonas. Yes, yes, you're right, Jonas. You're right. I support Peter Thiel because all of us gays all support Peter Thiel. Yeah. Anyway, hilarious. I'm sorry. Refocusing. So in the last 45 minutes or so, it turns out that Iran has fired missiles at the United Arab Emirates. Okay. There were missile warnings in the United Arab Emirates, and apparently there was a UAE tagged cargo ship that was burning, that was struck by an Iranian missile, which implies to me that Iran has begun bombarding again in response to what America's doing. And if they are, I got to tell you guys, if they are bombarding some ports like the UAE, it's a very clever military and strategic move. And this is why. Okay. Remember that the Gulf states rely on America to protect them. At least they have historically. That's one of the reasons why they form an alliance with the United States, is that they assume that the United States will protect them because they're kind of like vassal states, correct? So, if the United States starts escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, well, then Iran is just going to start bombing all the Gulf states again and making it impossible for them to even put ships out to sea. So that is asymmetric warfare, okay? Because Iran knows that those states, their interceptors have been depleted. So if they can't shoot at American ships, or if they want to avoid that, appear to be the instigators, even though, the United States is the ultimate instigator, but they can just bomb the Gulf states and continue to ruin the United States' chances. You see what I mean? So it's sort of a roundabout way. If, and again, this is all reports are incoming to continue to push back against the American transports without directly attacking American ships. It's clever. Okay. So anyway, we got that. You got that? And guys, as always, as I've said many times, the United States is losing the war. The United States is losing the war, and good riddance. I would like the American empire to not exist anymore in its current form, because it is a aggressive imperialist superpower, and it's not good for the American people. We spend billions upon billions, if not trillions of dollars on our military. And how does that help the average American? It doesn't. It helps transnational corporations and the wealthy. I would much rather that money be spent here rather than funding missiles to go kill children in Israel. Okay, in Gaza, I should say. All right, and this engaging in stupid wars with Iran. All right. To be clear, guys, something else here. I know Matt Saigai knows what I'm talking about. Okay, I know Matt Saigai knows what I'm talking about. I keep hearing the argument that it is more important for global safety that we have a unipolar world. What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean? Unipolar meaning one global power that controls everything and ensures peace and stability, okay? There is an ongoing argument that I hear people make that it's like, well, yeah, the United States is bad, but without the United States, there would be more wars and more fights and okay. And that's why we need one global power, according to these people, is that maintains stability. Like the Roman, yeah, I know, Sir Bart, exactly. Yeah, Sir Bart, remember, Sir Bart says Emperor Palpatine-ass mindset. Yeah, and it's very common. It's very common, okay? And it sounds like something Emperor Palpatine would say, but guys, it's also just factually not true. If you look at data, okay, when you have a single superpower, yes, it is true that there is a reduction. There is a reduction in wars between big powers, okay? So, for example, we haven't seen another World War II type event where like, the United States fights, the United States is up against Japan and Germany and Great Britain and all, you see what I mean? We don't see that shit. But what you see a massive increase in are low intensity conflicts all over the place and structural violence. So we have seen a massive increase because when you have an empire that controls everything, you constantly have to bash down revolts. That's what happened in the Roman Empire, folks. Even though they had hegemony and control, they constantly had to put down revolts everywhere by force. Okay, so yeah, we're seeing that the United States is constantly having to put down resistance to the empire and do tons of structural violence, including starving people because of our economic power and things like that. Okay, it doesn't. What I want, guys, is a multipolar world. A multipolar world. Preferably, I'd wish there were no nation states at all, but we all know that's not going to happen for a deeply long time. But if we had a multipolar world where there were several states that had a lot of power, the states that were not superpowers would be able to would be able to cause the big states to compete amongst themselves for influence in the small states. Okay, so let me give you an example here. India. During the Cold War, India was able to play the Soviet Union and the United States to get benefits from both of them in an effort to appear like they were siding with both sides. Okay, and it was really good for India. It could have been better for India. There were other issues going on there, but like that's an example. Okay, so at least in a case like that, different powers are, can at least smaller powers can at least play off the other big powers against each other. Okay, there are other positives to this, but I don't want this unipolar nonsense anymore. I just don't want it. I'm sick of it. Okay. All right. Anyway, so I'd very much like if the United States was not a global superpower anymore, so we're not the evil empire. That'd be nice. And by the way, it's not like it's going to last forever anyway, because all empires fall, and ours is headed very quickly towards a complete collapse. Thank God for that. The Mango Mussolini is such a moron and such a militant piece of shit that he's accelerating the process, and I deeply appreciate it. Okay. All right. So there we go. So that's what's happening now. I will keep checking updates because God knows what'll happen while I'm talking to all of you. All right. Yeah. Oh, Jonas, he did. Exactly, Jonas. Jonas did say he wants an empire return. The return to empire. Yeah. Yeah, Jonas, he did. But of course, that's easier said than done. That's very ideological. That completely ignores the reality of the current world, right? That it completely ignores the reality. America ain't coming back, in my opinion. Okay. America ain't coming back, in my opinion. Okay. Why, elevator lady? Why do you want a clip of me chugging the tea? How dare you? All right. Okay. Anyway, so there we go. So there's the first story, right? So the American empire continues to sow chaos and destruction all around the world. Yay! That's great. I love that for us. Zero problems there. Zero problems there. Okay. The American empire is evil. Yes, we are definitely the baddies. Weird amorphous blob. We're definitely the baddies, but not like attractive baddies. All right. All right. Okay. Can we go on now? Can we move on? So that's happening, and I do have. Where did I put this thing? Somewhere here I have. I pulled up a live feed so I could see if any new updates happen while we're talking. Yeah, so the United Arab Emirates is talking about how they're being attacked a whole bunch. Yep. Mm-hmm. And now, of course, America is claiming that Iran has initiated aggressive behavior in the Straits of Hormuz. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Okay, that is hilarious. Okay, Jonas, how dare Jonas? Jonas says we should clip the way he eats Belvita biscuits and crackers. He's like an effeminate aristocrat. How dare you, Jonas? Jonas, you get a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you, Jonas. Jonas. Okay, I said Jonas enough. All right. Anyway, Dolly boy, I hate you. I hate you all so much. I swear to God. Okay. Moving on. I don't know, but it's I'm pretty sure Cooper is like Cooper is some person in the U.S. military because I've heard their name before. How dare you, Philly? How dare you? Okay, whatever. We're moving on. I hate all of you, and I hope you all burn in hell for all eternity. Okay, so let's go on, shall we? How dare I hate all of you? Let's go on. So there's our first story. Let's go on to the next story. Let's go on to the next story. Meanwhile, because you all know how much I love the United States, and I'm a deep American patriot, and I think we don't have enough guns in this country. You know, there's not enough guns and gun violence in this country. We need more of it. And you know, I know, guys, and listen, I know. It's kind of like, who cares about stories like these anymore? Because they're so common. It's like no one gives a shit. Barely headline news story anymore. But I really want everyone to remember that this is not normal, and at least it shouldn't be normal, right? The fact that there was another shooting, there was another shooting in Oklahoma yesterday. Oh my goodness. Isn't that great? Because we hate children in this country. Like, we love watching them get massacred all the time, and we don't do anything about it. So here we got at least 23 were injured in a shooting at a lakeside party in Oklahoma. I shouldn't even be laughing, but dear God. Okay. Funny. So the shooting took place near Arcadia Lake, northeast of Oklahoma City, where a crowd of young people was having a party. Love it. That's fantastic. No problems with that. So at least 20 people were injured when a shooting occurred Sunday. The shooting took place around 9 p.m. at a campground near Arcadia Lake in Edmond, Oklahoma, a northeastern suburb of Oklahoma City, where a crowd of young people was having a party, the police said. Ooh, yay. Okay. Ooh. Obviously, guys, you can't do anything in this country without it turning into a shooting. Okay, I want to be clear. You can't go to church. You can't go to mosque. You can't go to your synagogue. You can't go to the grocery store, literally. There's been at least several shootings in grocery stores. You can't go to a lakeside party. Okay, multiple shootings at parties. You can't go to a regular party in a house. There's a shooting that's going to happen. You can't be in your car. If you're in your car, a stray bullet's going to hit you while you're driving down the highway. You can't be black at all. Like, just don't be black at all, because dear God, no matter where you are, you're going to be shot. You know, I mean, you can't, you see what I mean? There's like nothing you can do. Anywhere you go, you're going to get shot. So I'm just saying, it's like an American tradition now. We really, you know what they ought to start doing, guys? Everyone ought to wear just bulletproof vests everywhere. Like the Gap or like, I don't know, Old Navy or some shit should come out with a line of like, you know, fashionable bulletproof vests. You know, jeans that are padded to stop from, you know, having bullets. And then, you know, we can have like a runway show that everyone watches online where people strut down a runway showing off their bulletproof vestments. Like, that would be an excellent part of American culture that we should definitely promote. Okay, so, you know, there's that. That's fun. Okay, isn't that great? And the funny, by the way, the funny thing here is that the name of this event was Sunday Fun Day. Oh my goodness. Good. That was a very fun Sunday they were having. By the way, and it was all young people. It was mainly young people, so like teenagers. Yeah, get a bulletproof chastity cage because, by the way, yeah, okay. All right. Hilarious to me. So anyway, just funny. And by the way, so what happened was 2 gunmen in ski masks arrived and opened fire. You know, whatever, it happens. Okay, so you know, just a note there. Just a note there. And you know, it's obviously like nothing new, but you know, I like, yeah, there you go, Kevlar Klein. There you go. Let's do it. Why not, right, folks? You know, maybe that's what we need to do now to, you know, why don't we just go back to the Wild West at this point, folks? Why doesn't everyone just, you know, carry a 6-shooter, a Widowmaker as they're called, and we can just get into open street battles in the middle of the goddamn street of towns? You know, if you see someone you didn't like from high school, you can have an old-fashioned Western showdown. Why not? It's practically already that way anyway. All right, there can be some woman wearing a, you know, what are they called? You know, the thing that like strangles your body. That women had to wear a corset, and that passes out like, oh look, and she passes out as the shooting starts. Okay, I'm not being misogynist. That's just what those movies used to always do all the time. Okay, anyway, moving on. And then that woman can be kidnapped and sex trafficked because it also is America. Anyway, so okay, Sir Bart, sounds like organized crime. Some whack jobs aren't going to cover their faces, almost like they're either killed themselves or with. Yeah. yeah, whatever. Okay, who knows? All right, so that's just a note. Another shooting, but really, who cares at this point? It's kind of like, oh, it's just another Sunday in the United States. Okay, great. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's fair, Cody. That's fair. How gay of you, Cody, for knowing that. Okay, I should say how LGBTQ of you for knowing that. All right. Yeah, I know. Right. Well, TJ, right? TJ says, "Thank God children don't exist in cowboy movies." That's for sure, TJ. Dear Lord. Ugh. Okay. Anyway, so that's fun, isn't that great? We can't even. Do we really think we should be a world power if we can't even get our shit together on the home front? Like, we're turning the whole world into a massive gun battle anyway. It's almost like a reflection of our culture abroad. But anyway, okay, let's go on. Another story here. Why not? Okay, why not? Okay, Matt Saga, I'm very calm. I am calm. Thank you for telling me to calm down. All right, that's fun. Love this for all of us. So, deeply happy about that. No problems. Especially being a teacher. I love how that used to happen, etc. Okay. Anyway, now shall we continue? Let's go on. Drink. Oh, thank you. I'll take a drink. See, look, I have another one because I have a lot of tea stored up here. But you know what that means, guys? I'm going to have to pee a lot during the stream because tea is a diuretic. It's going to make me urinate a lot. What I find, Jonas, what I find depressing is even if it did go Trump's way, are we going to pretend it was a success / moral win? Probably, JMac. American mainstream media will. They'll be like, oh, look, he did it. He accomplished it. The Democrats, who are a bunch of corporate hacks anyway, will be like, oh, he just didn't do it well enough. You see, he should have bombed Iran more. His failing was that he didn't bomb them enough. And of course, the Republicans are going to Republican, and they're going to say it was a massive victory from the genius Donald Trump while he's blathering in the background and drool's dripping down his face because he doesn't have any brain cell left. That's what'll happen. Okay, moving on. Just cute things like that. Yep, you're right, Jonas. You're right. Yep. But we don't care. That's what Israel wants, remember, Jonas? That's exactly what Israel wants. Israel doesn't want control and civility in Iran. They want it to collapse. Okay? Jonas, but see, that's the whole point, Jonas, which is disgusting. Yeah. Hello, Leelane. So glad you're here, Leelane. Well, welcome, Queen. All right. So there we go. There's that news story. That's kind of fun. Don't we like that? That's good news. Let's go on here, right? Okay. Let's go on here. Here we have, this is sort of this is a story from the UK. And, I have trouble reading stories like this. I find them deeply depressing. Deeply, deeply depressing. Okay. There have been tons of stories coming out of Europe of migrants attempting to cross the Mediterranean and get into Europe out of desperation, fleeing the countries that they're coming from. In this case, these were Sudanese refugees fleeing genocidal violence in Sudan. Now, they were already in France, but they were attempting to get over the strait and enter the UK. And because the UK are full of right-wing lunatics, not completely full, I know people in the UK are not, but because the UK has somewhat of a right-wing perspective on immigration and likes to dehumanize people, I mean, the right-wingers do, these refugees drowned. There were something like 82 people aboard a ship attempting to cross the strait into the UK from France. 2 of them drowned, 16 were injured, and the rest washed ashore back in France. Okay. I just keep reading about refugees from war-torn countries attempting to get into Europe or the UK and dying. And guys, what really annoys me about this is that when a right-winger sees a story like this, they immediately think like, oh, well, they shouldn't have been trying to get into the country. These dirty migrants trying to get in here. Okay. Or whatever. But you know what I see when I, do you know what I see when I see that these migrants are trying to get in? I see such desperation. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for the contribution. I'll put on the jester collar here. I see very obvious desperation. What would it take for you guys to put your family, you and your family, on a rinky-dink vessel that has a history of sinking because there's all these stories of these vessels sinking? And by the way, the injuries on this ship were not from the crash, were not from the ship sinking and people getting hurt. It was from how tightly packed these refugees were inside the ship's hold. They were so tightly packed together because they were all trying so desperately to get to the UK that they injured themselves. They got crushed inside of it. Okay. The kind of desperation of that entails is truly heartbreaking. Okay. Let me see here, Matt Saigai. Let me see here. So what did Farage say? Yeah, like a modern day slave ship. And yet you have these right-wingers out here who are monsters, the worst people on planet Earth. Okay.
That comes illegally into Britain on a boat or in the back of a lorry.
Okay, well, God, I don't even know if I want to hear what Nigel Farage has to say. Let's listen to him. Okay, sweet God, about this migrant situation, about this ship trying to come over to the UK.
I'm in Essex today, and this is the Bell Hotel in Epping. Now, you might remember these scenes being on national news last year. Anyone that comes illegally into Britain on a boat or in the back of a lorry will be detained and deported. But that's going to mean having to detain quite a lot of people who are here already. They should not be free to walk the streets. The policy is very simple. You vote for a Reform MP, you will not have a detention facility in your constituency.
Wait a minute. So he's not directly saying he's building a concentration camp. But do you see this? There is I'm going to finish listening to what he says. But look at the imagery here. Behind him is I will, Matt Saigai, but behind him, I'm just noticing there is looks like a building that has a fence around it. So he's displaying one of these containment facilities. Okay, 1 second.
If you vote Green, or those that support open borders in the world, that's where the detention centres are going to be. Equally, I could say the same of Labour and the Conservatives, because they've done nothing to stop it. And what you'll get with this policy, you'll get what you vote for.
Yeah, so he's not outright saying that they're going to be put into concentration camps, but he's making it very clear, right? He didn't say, well, then we're going to take them and put them into camps. He's like, we're going to put them in, these facilities. And then right behind him, there is an image of one of these facilities, very much making it clear what they're planning to do. Okay, very much making it clear. And so, yeah, guys, I said this before, the UK is not that far behind America in starting to do this sort of shit. This is exactly what the Trump administration did in America, started building concentration camps and holding people in. Yeah, it's a Trumpian threat. It absolutely is. Okay. And I am deeply concerned that this is going to work. I am deeply concerned that this is going to work. Matt Saigai says, what do you see here? Zia Youssef, today we announced a new policy. Who's Zia Youssef? Who is he? Okay. Reform will need to detain tens of thousands at a time. Migrants will not be able to leave these detention centers, and each will be held there a couple of weeks before being deported. Yeah, we'll see about that. So here's our promise. A reform government will not put any migrant detention facilities in any constituencies with a reform MP, nor will we put them where reform, oh my God, disgusting. Nor will we put them where reform controls the council. And of the remaining areas, we will prioritize green-controlled parliamentary constituencies and green-controlled councils to locate. Oh my God, okay, I'm sorry. Put simply, if you vote in a reform council or reform MP, we will guarantee you will not have a detention center near you. If you vote green, there's a good chance you will. This is an important, hilarious. It says, this is hilarious. This is an important exercise in democratic consent, not just for our mass deportation policy, but for where the detention centers are placed. Hilarious. Then he says, given Zach Polanski openly advocates for open borders, I look forward to their warm embrace of this policy. This is, okay. Louise, no, he's saying that if you don't vote reform and they win, then reform is going to, yes, okay. This, oh my God, okay, this is the perfect example of of like everything I've read about fascism, right? This is an attempt to stop the left, is it not? They're literally openly going after the left. And using scapegoating to stop people from voting for the left. And now they're using terror tactics by trying to use racist terror to make people afraid to vote for the left. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hilarious. Hilarious. But guys, I will say there is a positive in the fact that they're doing this. No, it's not positive that they're doing it. It's a positive because it shows who they're afraid of, does it not? Does it not show who they're afraid of? They're clearly afraid of the left, okay? They're afraid of the Greens. So they are targeting the Greens specifically. Okay. Oh, good God. All right. Sir Bart, anyone with an ounce of common sense and basic human reasoning would know that this is just bullshit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like, all right. I quote Zia. Good job, Luke. Fantastic, Luke. Luke got a 99.5% on his midterm. Luke, you get a boop. Boop. Well done, Luke. Now, Luke, I know you, though. You're going to be sad that you didn't get that 0.5%. Don't be. Okay? You're fine. That's a great score. Okay? Anyway. So don't be sad that you didn't get that 0.5%. I know you, Luke. All right. I know you will, Luke. I know you'll argue for it, but okay. That's okay. All right. Anyway, so Jonas says, if I quote Zia Youssef, if everyone would have 10,000 more a year, we'd still call the poor poor. Okay. Anyway, yeah, you're right. So Mithril, you say this is a direct callback to the racist campaigns in the 60s. If you want oh my good, wait a minute, seriously, was that a thing, Mithril? I have never heard of that. Mithril says that there was, so they said if you want an N-word next door, vote Labor. That was literally a thing they said. Wow. I have never heard of that. That is crazy. That actually happened in the UK? Okay, now wait a minute. Was that the Conservative Party, I'm guessing? Was that the Conservative? Yeah, I mean, so that's the Tories? Okay, wow. Wow. All right. Wow. Well, you know what's weird about that, guys? That even the Republican Party in the 60s would not have been so bold as to use the N-word in a public statement like that. They would use coded language. They would say things like, we don't want these, these welfare queens or whatever. They would use coded language to refer to black people. It is shocking to me that they felt comfortable enough to openly use the N-word. Okay. Anyway, insane. That's crazy. I need to look this up. Okay. Really, Jonas? God, we'll never get insane, Jonas. So he said Nigel Farage has been caught saying we'll never get the. Wow, Jonas. Horrific. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like Oswald Mosley. That really does. That sounds like openly Oswald Mosley type shit. That is like fascist 101. All right. Anyway, dear God, thank you for telling me about that. I'm going to read about that later. So yeah, so that's my story here, guys, is just more migrants dying needlessly because they're being dehumanized, okay? And by the way, this isn't only an issue in the UK. This is an issue in a lot of places in Europe, where migrants try to cross the Mediterranean or the Channel or other places and die, okay? Which shows their desperation. And by the way, the constant mind-numbing stupidity and ignorance of the right wing in Europe, how they seem to think that this is like an isolated thing and that it has nothing to do with them. You see what I mean? We do know that America and the West's actions in the global South are what cause mass migration, right? Right? Like the enabling of the genocide in Sudan is causing people to become desperate and try to move to Europe. Or if we talk about all the migration from the Middle East, the civil war in Syria caused a lot of people to migrate from Syria, okay, which the West really contributed to. So it's just hilarious to me that we don't care. A lot of people don't care about how we're causing these issues, and then we blame the people who are being affected by them. You see what I mean? Ugh. Okay. Moving on. Yeah. Okay. TJ, it's also the incredible stupidity of not seeing that the economy will collapse. Totally, TJ. That's an excellent point. It's also bad for the economy if you don't let the migrants come. Doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal immigration. It's always positive. Yeah, you're right. Okay. And by the way, guys, migrants pay taxes. They do. They pay taxes. And they often don't get out from taxes what they put in. All right. So you're going to cut off a bunch of taxes as well if you don't let them in. Gwen, you say there's literally an international law about claiming refugee status that every country ignores. Of course, Gwen. Yeah, international law. What's that? No one gives a shit. You know what I mean? Like, okay. All right. So I'm going to lose my mind. Can we stop dehumanizing people? Can we just stop that? Can we stop it? Okay. Dear God. Okay. Jonas, we had Thatcher talking about poor white people like they were peasants begging for handouts, and then you thought those elites would be on your side. Insane, Jonas. I know, right? Gluteomyalgia, hello. Okay. Yeah, Jonas. No, but Jonas, that happens here too. Jonas says, it's weird how poor white people, poor white English people forget about how much the elites despise the lower class white people throughout the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. Yeah, they still do. They still do. Okay. Phew. All right. Sure, Matt Saigai. Can you maybe send an article to me in our Discord? I'll take a look at it. All right. Let's go on here, folks. By the way, guys, I forgot to post this. I'll post it now. If you're watching on YouTube, please join our Discord. It is linked at the bottom of the Discord chat, the YouTube chat. And I'm now going to be posting a link to the Discord in the Twitch chat. Please join our Discord. We have a fast-growing community on there. We have a bunch of clubs in there that people have been maintaining and stuff. Where did I put my stream here? Please join our Discord is all I'm saying, all right? All I'm saying here. Paste. There we go. Pat that. There's the Discord. Pin that message. All right. How are you doing? How are you doing there, gluteomyalgia? Okay, there we go. So go ahead and join our Discord. It's linked there. All right. And you can also, by the way, recommend things for me to react to if you join the Discord. So there's another story. More migrants dying needlessly because we're disgusting. Okay, because humans are disgusting and we treat each other like shit and we shouldn't. Correct, Jonas. And guys, we're going to be talking about the elites in a little bit here. I have a little presentation for all of you. All right, let's go on. Next story. So we talked a while back about banning cell phones in schools, right? And I have often said that I think that this should be done on a state level, that states should pass laws banning cell phone in schools. And some of you gave me pushback for it. And I want to concede something, all right? Because we didn't have many studies on this, but early studies are suggesting that banning cell phones doesn't work very well. And I will say it's obvious. We've always said that. We've always said that the main thing you need to change, are like socioeconomics, okay? You need, like, if you have a bunch of students in poverty who, coming from a low-income neighborhood with badly funded schools, you're going to have issues teaching those students because of socioeconomics. And I've told you stories about when I was a teacher. I'd have students come to class. Who were hungry, so I would have to buy food to feed them with. I had students come to class who hadn't slept because they were working the night before, and I'd have to I'd put them into a cubby and I'd let them sleep during my class because otherwise they're not going to be able to do anything in their other classes, okay? And so early reports about banning cell phones, okay, say that it got the devices out of student hands, but the behavior in academics have not improved that much so far, okay? Now, this does not mean that it won't in the future, but early results are not showing much of an improvement. So we'll see what happens. And I still think we need to ban cell phones in schools, okay? But early results are showing that it didn't help that much. Obviously, guys, as I've always said, the main thing that needs to be fixed is the whole society, because it is impossible to have a good school when people are suffering horribly, okay, and are impoverished and things like that. And there's not enough funding, okay? All right. All right, so that's just something, the brief thing I wanted to mention. So this new data shows that, and I will say, I think focusing on cell phones also ignores the structural issues a little bit, okay? I thought this might be a fix that might help things a little bit in the short and for a while, but like we still need major changes. All right. So, okay, and it's about, the new study's about to be, okay, so they saw a major decline. Schools that did a cell phone ban saw a meaningful decline in student cell phone use, but test scores have not increased at those places on average. And at first, banning phones led to higher suspension rates. Ugh. Okay, so just something to keep an eye on. I will keep you updated if new research comes out about this, but we need to do something about the education system. It's crazy. And I think the main thing is we need to fix the goddamn, we need to fix the goddamn education system. All right. Because it's insane. And I think the first way to fix it is to majorly change the socioeconomics of the country. I would advocate for socialist society, but I know, okay. All right. Okay. Sure, but Maddie Holmes, sure, but those inequality issues go back to the advent of public schooling. They absolutely do, Maddie. But that's my point, Maddie, is that the cell phones were making things worse. And I can, I was a teacher, trust me, they were making things worse. But the main issues are that we need structural changes, okay? But, if we're not getting structural changes, banning cell phones might help a little bit at least, okay? This is complicated, and I don't have a monopoly on truth here. All right. All right. So that's just a short little story there. Okay. Let's go on. Yeah, Luke. So they need more funding and also, and maybe also put people in running start if you can. Yeah. I wish I had gotten 2 years of my college paid for. That's for sure, Luke. Wouldn't it be nice if we had free universal college and shit like that? That'd be nice. Okay. So, all right. That's insane, Philly. Are you serious? So Philly says Oregon Public Broadcasting is reporting that Idaho has introduced a bill to remove a requirement to provide public education. Wow. Wow. Idaho. Wow. That's great. Great. Good luck, Idaho. Good luck with that. Let's see what happens to your populace. Okay. Let's go on, guys. Of course, guys. No, obviously, we should have free universal college, community college. We should have free universal college, 100%. And let's see here. If you read further down, the article continues that teachers were delighted. Oh, you know what, Louise? I should read that. I forgot about that part. Let's go down there. Okay. Louise, this is why I should have I was trying to go through it quickly, but I probably should have read the whole thing. As in, like, I should have read the whole thing to all of you. So apparently, guys, Louise says that teachers are happy with the results, though, that they have been benefited by the results. His district was thrilled, which had a potent tool for attracting and retaining skilled teachers eager to work. Yes. So I completely forgot to mention this. So you have to understand, guys, the average number of years a teacher stays in the profession right now is 2 years. Okay. That is disastrous. Teachers are treated like shit. Okay. Then we have a shortage of teachers. And one of the positives of banning cell phones is that it's allowed the school to retain more teachers because it's one less thing that teachers have to police. Okay, it's one less thing that teachers have to police. And this was one of my reasons for saying that we need to get rid of cell phones is that it's a constant battle for teachers. Trust me, when I was a teacher, it was a constant battle to keep kids off their phones while trying to have them learn. And it's just more stress and more pressure on the teacher, okay? So to have like a school ban or either a state ban or a district ban was very helpful. Okay. Jonas, it's a combination of the two. So burnout is the main reason, Jonas. But the pay definitely helps with the burnout. Okay. If you're not being paid enough for the burnout, thank you, LaCroix, for that gifted donation. Okay. So anyway, hello, parkours. All right. So, okay. So just the note there, teachers like it. But again, this is why there's like no way to really help. There's no way. This is why there's such a complex problem. They also said that the schools that did this saw an increase in suspensions because I would bet that then that means that there are students who refuse to give up their cell phones so schools are having to met out more punishments to students who don't give up their cell phones, which means there's going to be a higher percentage of students who are suspended and not getting education because they're suspended. By the way, I hate suspensions. They're so stupid. At the very least, do an in-school suspension where students have to still attend class or something. I don't know. Regardless, do you see how, like, no matter how you try to fix things, unless you make major structural reforms, you're not going to fix things. Okay, yeah, Jonas. Oh, Jonas, I have been nearly assaulted before for taking a student's cell phone. Okay, I'm not joking. There have been times where I've been threatened and been nearly assaulted for having to take a student's cell phone. And it wasn't even my policy. It was the school's policy. And then the teachers were forced to be the ones to enforce it. And we would get in trouble if we didn't enforce it. So, like, I've been threatened to be assaulted before. Okay, I've known teachers who have openly been assaulted. I've known teachers that may not have been directly assaulted, But when they're not in their classroom, that student might come in and start rifling through their desk to find the cell phone or vandalize the classroom. All sorts of shit. Okay, all sorts of shit. Okay, it's terrifying. I told you this when I was a teacher in a public school. I had my phone. Some student cut the phone line in my room, so every room at this school had a phone line that you could use in case of an emergency, like to say if there's a shooter in the school or to call for a nurse if needed. And one of my students, I had several students who did not like me because I had to enforce some discipline. And I came in one day and someone had cut that line. So I could not access any emergency services if I needed them. And that's scary. By the way, the school was so underfunded, it took them 3 weeks to send someone to come and fix it. So I had to constantly ask for someone to send a tech person to fix the emergency line in my room while I know there are students in the class who hate me and who are cutting my phone line. Like, you see how it's kind of scary? All right. It's a problem. All right. It's, yeah, I agree, LaCroix. Yeah, and no, it's stupid. I think out of school suspensions are stupid. But guys, here's the thing, and I know I'm sorry, I'm getting off track here. This is the thing, guys. People either blame people typically blame one of four groups. They blame students. They say the school system is bad because this generation doesn't know how to learn or whatever. Okay, that's bullshit. They blame teachers. Teachers just aren't good at teaching anymore. Their unions are destroying everything. Okay, no. They blame school administrators. They say the school administrations are bad. They're the reasons why teachers, have to struggle so much, partially, but no. Okay. Did I miss one? They blame parents. They blame parents. People will blame parents. They'll say, well, but parents aren't just good parents anymore. They should be enforcing. Guys, all four of these groups are not doing well because of bigger issues. So parents are having to go to work all the time, oftentimes at low-income jobs. Sometimes there are parents that are single parents who have to care for multiple children. We can't expect them to be able to be the fix-all because our society crushes them. Administrators have to work with a very small budget, and they have to manage all this. They have to manage community stakeholders, students, teachers. They have to manage the small budget they're given. There's a lot of pressure put on administrators. Teachers have a ton of pressure put on them, which I could rant about for days, right? We're expected to be nurses. We're expected to be teachers, nurses, friends sometimes. Sometimes we're expected to be parents, okay? Sometimes some teachers, teachers aren't paid very well. They're threatened. They're bullied. Guys, teenagers, for example, can be assholes. They're bullied a lot of the time. People blame students, but we all know that. Okay, the issue is not any one of these groups. Okay, there are structural issues that are making it unsustainable for all of these stakeholders combined. All right, so we can't blame any one group. All right. Okay, Mithril, CR, have you watched any of the Educating Blank series from the UK? I have not. Interesting, Mithril. Okay. What do you mean except teachers, Sir Bart? What do you mean except teachers? Okay, parkours. It's not one group. It's the system. Correct, Maddie Holmes. It's the structure. It's the system, which is why I don't think you can really. Luke, funny. Luke says, "Well, did you try to just fix it?" Okay. Anyway, so that's why, guys, it's almost like a Band-Aid to do any small thing here. We need a massive structural reform. As long as there are impoverished communities, especially like people of color in impoverished communities, yeah, and as long as we fund schools through taxes, property taxes, and as long as there's rabid capitalism and oppression. All right. Okay. Anyway. So let's go on, guys. So that's the story there. All right. So this is what we're going to do now, folks. This is what we're going to do now. I'm going to do a brief presentation. All right. We're going to do a nice little woven presentation here. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to quickly go pee because I've had a lot of tea, and you guys know I have the bladder the size of a walnut. So I'm going to go urinate. Okay. And then I'll be right back. We'll do this presentation and we'll chat a bit more. Okay. And I would love to, Jonas, I'm going to look that up, that that, or okay, you know what, Jonas, maybe I'll look it up. Can you, Jonas, can someone post an example of one of those videos that Mithril recommended in the reaction section of Discord? I would deeply appreciate it, and we'll watch it today if someone can post it. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
Everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
All right, all right, all right. Okay, guys. Hi, hello. Hi. All right, so you know what? Let me put on the jester collar because of all the lovely donations I received, of which I've gotten quite a few, and I deeply appreciate it. By the way, folks, I posted today. Today I posted last month's earnings on Discord. If you go to the announcements channel, you can see how much I earned. All right. Ooh. Disgusting, LaCroix. You disgust me. You make me sick. Okay, you disgust me. So now we have the jester collar. You know what? Maybe we'll do the jester makeup sometime soon. You never know, right? You never know. Why the fuck not, right? I'm supposed to be gesturing up in here. Okay. What do we got here? We got what are we ranting about aimlessly in the chat here? What are we ranting about aimlessly? Any new people in here? Any new people who want to announce themselves and receive a boop of gratification, a gratifying boop? You know what? Let's just do some boops real fast. Luke gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Trump failed gets a boop. Boop. I am calm parkours. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. What else wants a boop here? Trump failed gets a boop. Boop. Did I say that already? Whatever. Thank you, Marzipan. You get a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. Elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. Invalid Axiom is back. Hello, Invalid Axiom. You get a boop. Boop. Who boops the booper? I boop myself all the time, Paul Squaw. You get a boop, Paul Squaw. Boop. Thank you for the contribution, Paul Squaw. That sounded sexual, but you guys know what I mean, right? You guys know what I mean. You want a harder boop, Druzilla? Dear God. Okay, you get a boop. You get a big, hard boop, Druzilla. Boop. Ooh, that sounded dark too. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Do a boop announcement. It's also me checking to make sure you're all still alive. You know, I don't know. Who knows? Okay, sexual harassment on your Gesto bingo. Oh, come on. You know it's always on my Jester bingo card, LA. LaCroix, okay. All right, violence. I don't want your boops, Jester. You'll never bribe me into liking you. You get a boop, virtual violence. Boop. Okay, there. Now do you like me, virtual violence? Did it work? Gluteomyalgia. You too, gluteomyalgia. You have a good stream. Boop. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Louise gets a boop. Boop. Mithril gets a boop. Boop. Okay, Luke gets a boop. Boop. Okay, everyone, we're done. We're done with the boops. I'm out booped. I am out booped. Okay. Anyone else wants a boop? You announce yourself or forever hold your peace. Paleontology dog gets a boop. Boop. I don't know. I'm gonna give one to paleontology dog. So does James Nordhoff. Boop. I don't know if there's anyone else in here who wants a boop. Okay, whatever. Okay, parkours gets a boop. Boop. I don't know. I think I already whatever. Doesn't matter. We're done. Okay, guys. So let's go on, shall we? Let's go on. Let's go on. Okay. Do you love my singing? It's beautiful. Okay, guys. So let's do a presentation, shall we? Let's do a presentation. Well, sorry, virtual violence. Boops are non-consensual. You don't get to choose whether you get booped or not, okay? I never do consensual boops. It's a display of power, okay? It's a display of power, okay? Okay, well, Mithril, come on, Mithril. You're not indifferent to boops. You should be very, no one's indifferent to boops. Everyone likes boops, okay? Okay, anyway, moving on. So, guys, let's talk a little bit. Now, as you all know, Invalid Axiom, thank you. As you all know, thank you for the subscription there, Invalid Axiom. As you all know, guys, I like to do little presentations that are kind of fun, and occasionally I'll do a presentation that is sort of a woven presentation. What does that mean? It means that we're going to cover several things that are not, we're going to talk about several small topics that kind of link together in a loose way, and we're going to do it so it's kind of like a woven essay. If anyone's ever read a woven essay, whereby you have sort of several little topics that are connected together loosely to sort of have a greater whole. Okay. And honestly, I could have done more than just three little topics, but I just did three because I suspect we're going to spark a lot of talk about these things. A couple of these things we have briefly talked about before, but I'm kind of putting them in a new context. One of them we haven't talked about before. But okay, let's begin, shall we? As many of you know, when I was in grad school, I studied my dissertation was sort of the development of systems of social control in the 20th century United States. How dare you, Jonas? Thank you, Jonas, for the contribution, though, really. Jonas says, all praise the Dolly Boy cult. This is treason, okay? This is treason. And look, guys, we already lost like half the stream because people don't like the education bits. I hate all of you. Okay, whatever. LaCroix, thank you for the contribution. LaCroix says, I'm going to be on my phone and not pay attention, so it brings you back to your school teacher days. Oh, great, LaCroix. I love that for me. Love that for you. I'm going to give you goddamn detention, LaCroix. Goddamn detention. Anyway. So moving on. Well, so I studied the development of systems of social control in the 20th century United States. I am very interested. Hello, Barbara. So glad you're here. I'm very interested in how the elites, the power elite, so people with a great deal of influence and power in the country, have sort of created, have been able to keep people obedient and prevent them from revolting and sort of create an ideology that supports their power in society. Okay. Hey, we're almost to a hype train. We actually might be on a hype train. Yay, hype train. Okay. And so what does that mean? What does that mean? Because we claim to live in a democracy, do we not? Okay. America claims to be a democracy, and the word democracy means where is the idea that the people rule. The people of the country have all the say. They're the ones that make the ultimate decision. And this sounds cute, but it's an illusion, and we've talked about this, okay? We've talked about this, okay? It's an illusion. We live in an oligarchy controlled by a very small number of people, of like 0.1% of the population, maybe a little more than that, maybe more like 1% of the population. It depends on how you look at it, who kind of have all the power relations and things like that. And so how have they been able to sort of convince everyone, the vast majority of people, to do what they want, as opposed to, and by the way, this sounds conspiratorial, it's not. There is literally, there have been studies on it that show that the vast majority, if not all, the things that Congress does are things that the top percent want. And the bottom 99% really only get what they want if it's something that the top also wants. If the bottom 99% wants something and the top doesn't, the bottom 99% aren't getting it. There's literally studies done by Princeton on this and other organizations and other academics that show this, okay? So, let's talk first about public relations, okay? Let's talk first about public relations. And I've talked about this guy before, but he fascinates me. He's one of those characters that I've always been obsessed with and that most people don't know about, okay? So Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays, okay? So Edward Bernays was an academic from Austria, from Vienna, and he moved to the United States. And he is called the father of something called public relations. He was born in 1891 and died in 1995. Okay. And he is considered one of the, I would put him in the top 10 most influential Americans in history, which is surprising because I would bet many of you haven't heard of him before. Okay. Most historians would agree with me that he should be at least in the top 20 most influential Americans in American history and global history. But most people don't know him, and there's a reason for that, okay? So he was a psychologist who was deeply inspired by some thinkers like Freud, Le Bon, who was another interesting character, and Walter Lippmann. And so he, he thought that humans could be influenced, that there were insights in psychology about how to manipulate human minds to make them do things that they wouldn't normally do. Okay? So he was very much into the idea of what he called manufacturing consent, okay, or crystallizing public opinion, creating public opinions and making people think that it was their own opinion. So let me explain this, all right? He described the masses of the people as irrational and subject to herd instinct. Okay. And he outlined how skilled practitioners of advertising, of propaganda, what he called public relations, could use crowd psychology and psychoanalysis to control the populace in desired ways. All right. Um, and okay, so to accomplish this, he did tons of studies, and he wrote 2 books in particular. One was Crystallizing Public Opinion, which was done in 1923. Okay, he wanted to appropriate. He said that appropriate messages should be crafted based off a careful study of group psychology and disseminated amongst the populace, not by merely saying what's happening in the news, but by creating the news. So you do things, you basically you create things that happen in the news as a way to do propaganda. This is called astroturfing, right? You, like, for example, the Tea Party way back when, there were these mass protests by the Tea Party talking about how they wanted fewer taxes and stuff. That was all astroturfs. Those were created news events done by wealthy people. They funded it and created this astroturf group, okay? Anyway, so in Crystallizing Public Opinion, that's what he talks about. He talks about how you can manipulate the populace. All right? Okay. And he believed, by the way, that democracy was dangerous because democracy would result in people being, and the masses getting their way, and the masses are stupid and they can't be trusted to have their good ways. So they need what he called the better set of men to make decisions for them. All right. He then wrote a book called On Propaganda. Yes, he did, Jonas. Yes, he did. He then he wrote a book called On Propaganda. Now, and he did this in 1928. On Propaganda, which, by the way, is still taught in a lot of public relations schools, okay, his thesis was that there are invisible people who create knowledge and propaganda and rule over the masses, and with a monopoly on power to shape thoughts, values, and the citizens' response, okay? And that what they would need to do in order for this to work, for the superior set of men, as he would call them, to have this kind of quiet control over the masses, they needed to engineer the consent. Yeah, Lacroix. They needed to engineer the consent of the masses, and that would be vital for ensuring the survival of democracy and capitalism. All right. Now, he was brilliant, and I don't mean this as like a compliment. He ended up being the head of the propaganda campaign to convince Americans to fight in World War I, and it was massively successful. He also worked for the tobacco industry briefly, and he did a famous advertising campaign where the tobacco industry noticed that women were not smoking nearly as much as men. So he started hiring and paying women dressed in fancy clothing to walk up and down the streets of New York City smoking, okay? And he then organized a bunch of women by bribing them into what he said was like a feminist resistance campaign, where women were standing up to the masculine norm of not smoking. And he had them call like a cigarette a torch of freedom, a freedom torch. Okay, so he had all these women as a form of protest against masculine norms, and he was paying these women to walk up and down the streets of New York with their freedom torches, okay, or their torches of liberty. I can't remember exactly what it's called, Luke. And he created a news event that made it sound like women smoking was some sort of act of resistance against the patriarchy. And it worked. Okay, it worked because suddenly all these women across the country, yeah, it was the Macy's Day Parade. All of these women across the country started smoking. It really increased the number of women who were smoking. That is the kind of shit he did. All right. Meanwhile, so that's like one thing he did, right? That's just an example. His book on propaganda started to become unpopular during World War II. You know why? Okay, you know why? You know why? Because the word propaganda kind of got a negative connotation after the Nazis were in power. because that's what the Nazis called it. They said, the propaganda. And so he literally, and this is what I studied when I was in grad school, I went through and I found the old versions of the textbook on propaganda. All right. And after the war, he published a second volume of On Propaganda, but it wasn't called On Propaganda anymore. He changed the title to Public Relations. And then he literally went through the textbook and removed the word propaganda and replaced it with the word public relations. Now, modern day America. So, guys, propaganda is the exact same thing as public relations. It's exactly the same thing. And it is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the United States today. Almost every corporation has a department of public relations, or they'll have a department of communications, or they'll have a department of community relations. They're all the same thing. They're all propaganda. They're all propaganda departments, okay? Every major corporation has them. Yeah, Jonas, there are public relations degrees at universities, okay? All these groups have them. The government has departments of public relations. All of those are propaganda, and they use mass psychology to manipulate the masses into manufacturing consent, okay? And it is a massive industry. It is not an exaggeration, and it's all because of Edward Bernays. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are constantly exposed to propaganda on a daily basis, like constantly exposed to propaganda on a daily basis. All right. And yeah, we're one of the most propagandized countries in the world. We just don't notice it, because that's the other thing too, is that Bernays always said we need this to be a quiet thing. It needs to be the invisible hand of propaganda. Okay. The invisible hand of propaganda, because in a democracy, people don't like feeling like they're being manipulated. So you need to manipulate them and make them think that it's their decision, and then not see that they're being manipulated. Okay. Yeah. And Validaxia, you're right. This stream is propaganda. That's actually true. I will say that. Okay. Like right now you're listening to propaganda. I'm doing propaganda. Now, is it, propaganda can be factual, by the way. There was, for example, guys, a ad campaign, an anti-smoking ad campaign done by the government and by nonprofits during the 90s that was very successful. Okay, so it can be used for good things, but you see what I mean? Okay, so he did this massive thing, and we're actually going to watch a video about him after this, because there's so much more about him that I'm not talking about. For example, guys, reading his book is like one of the most frustrating things to do, okay? Because he, all throughout the book, is doing propaganda for himself too. The man is a sociopath. Everything he says or does is propaganda and public relations. So like, people said that when they would meet him in person, he was really annoying, because he would constantly use any excuse he could to promote himself and his work as a form of propaganda. Okay. He also, by the way, in his book, randomly starts talking about how we need public relations experts need to have a code of ethics. They should not be allowed, they shouldn't do things, to manipulate society that is against society's interests and things like that, while in the book promoting doing just that. So the book is full of propaganda to make what he's doing look like it's not propaganda. Does that make sense? He was a very nefarious guy and very manipulative. Even the book is propaganda. So anyway, by the way, he also was one of the big reasons for the overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. He did propaganda for the United Fruit Company and really pushed out a bunch of propaganda to support their overthrow of the Guatemalan regime. He was a monstrous guy. Okay, a monstrous guy. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so that is the first thing I want to tell you about, is that we are surrounded every day by propaganda run by professionals, public relations professionals, who spend their lives perfecting how to manipulate. Yeah, he was Sigmund Freud's nephew. How to manipulate the populace. Okay? He was Austrian. He was originally Austrian Lacroix, but he moved to the U.S. and became American. All right? That's why he knew he was Sigmund Freud's nephew. All right. Going on here. So again, guys, I'm weaving a story for you here. Okay. So we're going to change topics, but they're all kind of related to each other. So we just talked about public relations as propaganda. Now we're going to talk about something I coined this term, by the way. Excuse me, by the way, because I never published on it. I really would have liked to. Called elite magic, okay? Or and I don't know if that's a good term for it. I'll see what you guys think. So you're not going to see me quote anyone because this is sort of my idea, and I know that that's, I could give you evidence for it, but all right, just for the sake of speech. So crossing into the power elite. So guys, elite magic. So when you start reading, there's been a lot of, for example, anthropologists and sociologists and people who are not in the power elite. There's a lot of stories of people entering the power elite and experiencing something that I call elite magic. Okay. So it's very interesting to me. And I've read a ton of accounts of academics, of anthropologists, all these people, studying the power elite, joining their their circles. Okay. And then experiencing this magic, as I call it. Okay. So let me explain. Okay. No, it's not real magic. You'll see what I mean here. I'm using that to explain kind of how it feels for the people there. All right. Okay. So virtual violence. You say, I don't think his invisible oligarch idea is correct, in my opinion. Oligarchs are a byproduct of the system. I would like to hear your idea, though. So he's not saying that they're invisible. He's saying that their hand in propaganda needs to be hidden. Okay, which is true, right? A lot of times the power elite and the oligarchs fund social movements and things like that. As we mentioned before, guys, that 80% of anti-trans organizations are funded by the fossil fuel industry. Okay, and people don't know that. That is what he meant by the oligarchs need to have a hidden hand, if that makes sense. Okay, they need to sort of manipulate things from afar. Okay, all right. So here's the idea. So many writers, when entering the elites, okay, or study the elites, find something happen. They discuss the magical, what they call the magical things that begin to happen to them once they enter elite circles. Okay, and it's interesting. Okay, so let's say you're middle class, working class, and suddenly you're in the elite circles. They say things like this start happening, and it feels like magic. Literally, it feels like suddenly there's magic in their lives, and all these things start happening around them that they can't explain. So one of them, first one here, is that good things suddenly start happening to you and your family. Okay, so let's say you're working class. Bye-bye, SoCal. Let's say you're working class and you enter the elites. Okay, suddenly, the more you're with the elites, magical things start happening to you and your family. Suddenly, maybe your daughter suddenly gets into that elite university. Maybe, suddenly your wife, who is an artist, suddenly gets, or your wife or your husband or whatever, your NB, okay, suddenly get that offer to host an art gallery when they hadn't before, okay? Suddenly, all these strange advantages start happening to you. Sometimes you know where it comes from because your friends in elite circles have opened up those doors for you. Sometimes it's done anonymously, literally. Okay, suddenly some anonymous person tries to get your daughter into one of these high-ranking universities, and it feels like magic, literally. Okay, because you're not used to these these positive things happening to you. And you have no reason to believe they'd happen to you, but as soon as you're amongst the elites and you get to know them and you're friends with them, suddenly all these magic things start happening to you and your family. Okay. Suddenly, the next thing that's magical that starts happening, okay, is people suddenly start caring more about you. People start noticing when you enter a room. People that previously may not have given much of a shit about you suddenly start giving a shit about you. Okay. And I'm not necessarily working class people. I mean people that are higher up. Okay, suddenly start caring about you more and trying to look after your needs and checking in on you and things like that. And it feels kind of magical. It's like, oh my God, I've stepped into a new world. This is a fairy tale. All these good things are suddenly happening to me. Suddenly people care about me. All right. And by the way, the elites also start seeming to care about you. They'll call you randomly and check up on you, see how you're doing. Okay. LaCroix, you said this is what happened to Clarence Thomas and what turned him to a demon. Yes, LaCroix, I think you see where I'm going with this. Okay. Um, the next thing that this sort of magic that starts happening to you is you suddenly gain, and I've heard it described before as a prophetic knowledge. Okay. You suddenly gain a prophetic knowledge of upcoming technological, political, and economic changes. Do I mean literally prophetic? No. You don't like have this prophet magical knowledge of the future, but you start existing in circles where they're talking about things that most of society don't know are coming, right? They can tell you what's going to go up and down in the stock market, what technologies their companies are developing, what politicians they're bribing, what kind of organizations they're funding politically to push back on things. Okay. So you start suddenly knowing before the vast majority of the population what's up and coming in society. And it feels like you're almost like a prophet, like you have this weird prophetic knowledge. And that knowledge, by the way, you can use to gain power. Okay. And you have a massive advantage compared to the rest of society. Okay. You see what I mean? All right. The fourth one, okay, is that you suddenly gain an intoxicating level of confidence, a sense of authority, and you will almost naturally start rejecting your old connections. Okay. You start feeling like you are fulfilling destiny, that this is destined for you. Okay. That, like, because guys, you didn't do anything to suddenly start having all these good things happen to you. You didn't do anything to suddenly start having all this, all these people caring about you. It feels like it's just destined to happen, right? There's something, it feels like a destiny being fulfilled, that it's your destiny to be great, that there's something inherent about you that just must make you destined. Okay. And you gain this intoxicating sense of confidence, authority, and you begin to reject people, okay, who are not part of that inner circle, that group. Hello, Nathan. So glad you're here. Okay. Do you see what I mean? And it creates this sort of sense, sense of magical realism. Like your life almost starts to feel magical for a little bit. Okay. Your life like literally starts to feel magical. And one of the greatest books, I think, in capturing this sense of elite magic or the magical realism that comes with entering elite circles is The Great Gatsby. Because F. Scott Fitzgerald really shows how the main character starts entering Gatsby's inner circle, these elites' inner circle, and like it's almost magical. There's this kind of magical tone to the whole thing. All right? This kind of magical, filter that through which everything is seen, okay? And this, by the way, makes it really hard to fight against the elite. The class of the elite, like, if you feel magical and destined and things like that, you're not going to want to fight against them. It's like a drug, okay? You're not going to want to, like, limit your power anymore, right? So it's almost and a lot of those good things that have started happening to you in your family are kind of like bribes. They're favors that are being done for you to make it harder for you to leave those circles and to betray those circles. Okay, you see what I mean? So that is elite magic. Okay, so we first talked about Edward Bernays and the propaganda, the vast amount of propaganda done by a select group of people. And now we're talking about how amongst the elites, there's this sense of magical elite magic, how like being within the presence of the elites for an extended period of time can almost feel like a destiny. And guys, if you read like people like Napoleon Bonaparte, this has gone back in history. He always said like he felt like he was destined to be great after he started hanging out with powerful people. A lot of Elon Musk talks about destiny. They all have this sort of sense of destiny, right? Because it's like magic to be around these groups, okay? So that is elite magic, okay? So we've talked about Edward Bernays controlling the public opinion and elite magic, all right? Isn't that interesting, right? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, Jonas, like Teal and his obsession with the future and the Antichrist. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. There's all these weird destiny things with a lot of people that are in the elites. So let's go on to the next part of the braided essay. Okay, we all learning some stuff here. I know, again, normally, right, Mithril? And I know, guys, that this sounds I know that I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm trying to have sort of an ambiguous through line. Are we all kind of getting something out of this so far? Okay. Let's go on to the next mini presentation here. And this one will be shorter. The crisis of democracy. So, in the 1960s in the United States, there were massive changes happening because of the Vietnam War. All right, the Vietnam War. There were also tons of social movements taking place. You have the civil rights movement. You have movements for the liberation of women. You have movements for the liberation of gay people. There were a lot of left-wing movements popping up. Okay, a lot of left-wing movements popping up. And okay, there were issues. All right, there was a lot of social upheaval. As a matter of fact, right, Mithril. As a matter of fact, some historians would say that the 1960s were a very civilizing era. What do I mean by that? As in, it really was you saw a massive improvement to democracy in the United States. It wasn't perfect. It could have been more, but you actually saw the America becoming a little bit more democratic. Okay, because more people had say in the electoral system. There were a lot of groups coming out to push back and gaining some rights and things like that. And a lot of wealthy and powerful people did not like this. So what you ended up seeing happen after the 1960s was the 70s. And in the 70s, there was a massive counteroffensive by elite segments in society, by the capitalist elites and things like that, to try and regain control over what they had felt they had lost. And if that sounds conspiratorial, it's not. So one of these organizations that did this was called the Trilateral Commission. It was founded in 1973. Okay, 1973. And it was an organization founded by our old friend Rockefeller. Okay, by one of the most wealthy old money guys in the United States, Rockefeller, founded this organization called the Trilateral Commission. And what it did is it invited experts, okay, but from Europe, the United States, and Japan to meet to discuss how they could collectively work together to fix some of the problems they saw with society emerging out of the 60s. Okay? And this was taken very seriously. As a matter of fact, the Jimmy Carter was very much associated with the Trilateral Commission, and we all thought that he was super liberal and stuff. I mean, yeah, he was more liberal than others, but he's still part of the system. Okay, he was a massive fan of the Trilateral Commission, and a lot of people in his administration had literally come from the Trilateral Commission. Okay, regardless, one of the first documents that the Trilateral Commission published was the Crisis of Democracy. Okay, yeah, Weird Barbara's Blob I know, right? It's so conspiracy coded, right, Paul Squall? The fact that it's called the Trilateral Commission. Okay, and anyway, so they published this document called the Crisis of Democracy, and I wanted to read some parts of it to you. Okay, because they're explicit about what they're talking about. And to be clear, guys, there are conspiracy theorists out there who take this literally, who take this as like the guiding document for how the elites operated. We don't know that because this document was created and it definitely had impact in politics and things like that. We don't know if it was like a massive sea change, but what you can say about it is that it is reflective of how the elites were thinking at the time, and you do end up seeing a lot of the recommendations they made being enacted. So let me read to you some of the parts of this, okay? I actually pulled up a copy of it because I couldn't find the original copy I had, so I just pulled up a copy of it here. Oh, I need to go here. Here we go. All right. So here are some of the things that they say are going wrong with democracy. All right, I'll read them to you. So quite a part. So this is them talking about America, by the way. They talked about Europe too, and I'll tell you what they said about Europe for my European friends out there. Okay, they basically said the same thing. They said that in Europe there's too many special interests pressuring the governments, too many, like the poor, too much pressuring the government, labor is too much pressuring the government, minorities are too much pressuring the government, and European governments need to roll back democracy a little bit in order to protect the status quo. To protect democracy, we need to roll back democracy. But anyway, what they said about America was this. The pursuit, these are the reasons they say the successful operation of democratic government has given rise to tendencies which impede its functioning. That's a contradiction. Okay? They're saying that having a democratic government has led to problems that have made it harder to have a democracy. Okay. First one is this. The pursuit of democratic virtues of equality and individualism has led to the delegitimation of authority generally and the loss of trust in leadership. Okay, so too much equality has made people not as trustworthy of authority. That's no good, right? Number two, the democratic expansion of political participation and involvement. So the fact that more people can vote and are participating in the government processes, okay, has created an overload on the government and the imbalanced expansion of government activities, exacerbating inflationary tendencies in the economy. Okay, so there's, guys, too many people are having a say in the government, right? There's too many people demanding rights and too many people trying to influence policy. It's putting a strain on the government. And by the way, that's coded language where they say exacerbating inflationary tendencies, as in we're spending too much on people. We're spending too much money on helping people and things like that, which is causing inflation, all right? Which is, okay, it's coded language, all right? Next one here. The political competition essential to democracy has intensified, leading to a disaggregation of interests and the decline and fragmentation of political parties. So, okay, there is too much competition in politics, right? Too many different ideologies. We really need to limit down the number of ideologies that are within the political parties, okay? Too much fragmentation. We need to all be more aligned along the same interests, okay? We all know what that means, don't we? Do we think that those are our interests, or do we think that's the interest of the elites and such? Okay, next one. The responsiveness of democratic government to the electorate and to social pressures encourages nationalistic parochialism in the way in which democratic societies conduct their foreign relations. As in, people are thinking too much about the home front. We need to think more about the empire, okay? Too much obsession with what we're doing overseas by the people, and too much complaining about it is making people not care about the empire as much. All right? And let me go on because there's more. This is a direct quote, and it still blows my mind to this day that they wrote it like this, because it's like, are you stupid? People are going to read this. Okay, here we go. This is a literal quote, okay? And so they're now explaining why this has happened. Why are they losing control of the democracy? Why are too many people pressuring the government? Why are they unable to get people to believe the same thing in politics? Okay, this is what they say. In the past, those institutions which have played a major role in the indoctrination of the young, I'll say that again. In the past, those organizations and institutions which have played a major role in the indoctrination of the young in their rights and obligations as members of society have been the family, the church, the school, and the army. The effectiveness of all these institutions as a means of socialization, which they just called indoctrination of the young, folks, has declined severely. The stress has been increasingly on individuals and their rights, interests, and needs. Okay, and not on the community and its rights, interests, and needs. Now, that sounds like lefty language. It's not. They mean, by individualism, they mean like people advocating for their own needs. They don't mean like actual individualism. All right. And by community interest, they mean capitalism and things like that. Okay. Like, because that's what they view as like the community interest, as the elites and capitalism and shit like that. Okay. These attitudes have been particularly prevalent in the young, but they have also appeared in other age groups, especially among those who have achieved professional, white-collar, and middle-class status. The success of the existing structures of authority and incorporating large segments of the population into the middle class, paradoxically, strengthens precisely those groups which are disposed to challenge the existing structures of authority. Okay? So they're partially here. Anyway, let me read on here. The democratic spirit is egalitarian, individualistic, populist, and impatient with the distinction of class and rank. The spread of that spirit weakens the traditional threats to democracy posed by such groups as the aristocracy, okay, the church, and the military. Now, that sounds like they're saying that they don't like those things, but they go on to say, but there's good to having an aristocracy, okay? At the same time, a perversive spirit of democracy may pose an intrinsic threat and undermine all forms of association, weakening the social bonds which hold together family, enterprise, and community. So, I'm going to stop there. There are many other very interesting quotes in this document. They go on to recommend that Japan, Europe, and the United States need to regain control of the democracy, and they need to limit democracy. They need to put some blocks on it, because too much democracy is weakening capitalism and weakening the state. They need to be better at indoctrinating the young. They need to be better at promoting capitalism and supporting the empire. All right. And what you end up seeing, guys, happen, and there's another document I can show you that backs this up, is that throughout the 70s and up until Reagan, and then beyond Reagan, you start to see a massive push to deregulate the economy, to limit democracy, to neoliberalism starts rearing its ugly head, and it kind of culminates in Reagan. You also see the creation of a bunch of organizations like the Heritage Foundation and other right-wing think tanks, that begin putting out massive amounts of propaganda and educational materials to indoctrinate the young, okay? And it worked. It worked. All right. It really did. So I want to point out too, Luke is mention the Powell memorandum. You know, while we're here, let me show you the Powell memorandum. So this was the left. Okay. These were liberals that were saying this. So I'm showing you not left. These are the liberals that wrote this document. Okay. Let me show you what the right wing was saying, because they all were aligned. Okay, so here's another document called the Powell Memorandum. I'll show you, this is a short one, written by Louis Powell. Let's see if I can find a copy of it. I'm sure I can. Is this it? There we go. So this is the Powell Memorandum. This is a document sent by Louis Powell, who ended up being appointed to the Supreme Court and ended up being one of the justices who did the campaign finance reform thing, who basically allowed as much money into politics as possible. Okay. He wrote a document, this letter to the Chamber of Commerce, which is an organization that supports business interests. And in this document, he talks about how the free enterprise system is under attack. And he wrote this in the late 60s, I believe. What was it? Oh, no, 1971. So again, a response to the 60s, saying that the free enterprise system, and he's more explicit about it, is under attack. Socialists, trade unionists, colleges, he really goes after universities, and rights groups are weakening American capitalism, and American capitalism needs to fight back. American capitalism has tons of resources, and it should use it to fight back against the promotion of ideologies that put pressure on capitalism and weaken it, and weaken the elites. So where do we see the attacks happening these days, guys? The right is always attacking universities, aren't they? They're always forming organizations that are pushing against any attempt to push back on capitalism, right? They literally wrote the 2025 document, okay,
that the Project 2025, which wasn't outlining how to push back. All right. It since this time, since the 70s, this has been a big problem. And it's been years now that they've existed, and they're really good at it. They're really good at putting out a bunch of propaganda, like Edward Bernays would have recommended, okay, to keep the system in their favor. All right. And they're explicit. Okay. Like, if you think about a lot of the like all the groups online, like, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, too, a lot of them are majorly funded, too. So you can see where a lot of this pressure is coming from. The elites, all right, doing propaganda. All right, do we get it? That's the conclusion of my little braided essay here. We talked about 3 different things. We talked about Edward Bernays and his promotion of propaganda and public relations. We talked about elite magic, how entering the elites feels magical and prevents people from leaving it and going against them. We also talked about the crisis of democracy. Okay? So there's my braided essay, and you guys can come to a conclusion about the connection there as much as you like, okay? I don't know if I have a set one, okay? So isn't that interesting? There's many more things I could talk about. I think this stuff is fascinating. All right. All right. Okay. So there we go. So what'd you send me? You sent me a bunch of stuff, Matt Sagai. What'd you send me? What'd you send me here? What is it about, Matt Sagai? Let's see here. Adaptable democracy. The person is chief architect in concussion. He asked a question about them. Okay, let's watch this, Matt Sagai. So just Matt Sagai sent this to. This is a forgive me, Brahmal Ambedkar's rare TV appearance. The social structure must change. So this is someone from, what is it, a member of the Supreme Court from India? I'm trying to remember what Matt Sagai said. Okay. Oh, he's the chief architect of the Indian Constitution talking about democracy. Let's just see what he says. Okay, this is very short, Jonas. Don't worry. This is only 3 minutes long. That's why I'm watching it first. So let's just see what he has to say.
Elections are very important. No. Elections are important provided.
Elections are important that they provided to produce really good men. Okay. Let's see here. Green. Okay, so caste inequality. This is gonna. Let's see what he has to say.
Do you think,
guys, India has, I believe, it has the largest democracy in the world. It's very, it's a lot of. Yeah, it says a massive democracy.
So he's going to work in India? No. Except in a formal sense, if you want. What do you mean? The paraphernalia of democracy. Quinquennial elections.
Yeah.
Prime ministers and so on and so on.
Yeah, definitely the paraphernalia democracy. That's what we have here.
Well, but elections are very important. No. Elections are important provided they produce really good men.
Yeah.
But aren't they important because they're allowed to change a government? I mean, it's better to change peaceably than to Yes, but who has got the idea, you see, that voting means change of government? Nobody has. People have no consciousness. And our electoral system,
that's true,
you see, is of a sort which never allows a man to choose the candidate. Now, for instance, the Congress went and said, vote for vote for Bullock.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yes. Well, the man never cared who represented the Bullock. Though it was a donkey who represented the Bullock. You see? Or a very educated man who represented the Bullock.
Guys, so this is the same everywhere, right? This is what capitalism is. I'm trying to use language different than Marx, but the bourgeois, okay? The elites that I'm talking about in America are the bourgeois. They're the owning class, okay? They're the power elite. They're the owning class. And as long as you have capitalism, things like democracy, it's kind of a contradiction to have a capitalist system and have a democracy, because capitalism is fundamentally authoritarian. You have a bunch of authoritarian businesses and business interests who control dictatorially the economics of the country while then claiming to have a democratic system of government. It does not work that way.
Okay, you can't do that. So yeah, even in India, right? Democratic systems often fail, or not fail. I wouldn't say fail. They don't operate in a democratic way. And this, I love this guy. He's calling it out as it is.
You simply voted for the board. Well, but that's common to many party systems. But what do you mean by in a formal sense?
Right. And so notice, guys, notice how he is saying this is that the other guy who clearly is not a socialist says, well, that's always happens with many party systems. He's completely, you notice, guys, he's not taking the next step. The guy that's the interviewer is not taking the next step. Is it a problem with parliamentary democracy, or is it a problem with capitalism? Right? And it might be both, but people don't take that next step.
But in a fundamental sense, democracy will not work. For the simple reason, we have got a social structure which is totally incompatible with parliamentary democracy.
Mm-hmm. That too. So I don't know if he's going to talk about. I don't know if he's going to talk about the caste system in India, but I will say that's actually an interesting point. I do wonder how democracy was sort of accomplished with the caste system in place. I mean, clearly it isn't a perfect democracy. No democracy is because of capitalism. But if he's talking about the caste system, yeah, that'd be very hard.
What do you mean that it's based on equality, inequality, or it's based on inequality? And therefore, unless you can get rid of the caste system, you don't think the social structure got to be altered.
Yes.
I'm quite prepared to say, well,
he's
it will
right.
take some time for the social structure to be altered if you want to do it in a peaceful way. Yes. You see? But then somebody must be making the effort to change the social system. But your Prime Minister...
You're right, Mithril, you're right. The white English guy looks so confused by this. He's like, what do you mean? Change the social structure? Why? They should just vote for the different party. What do you mean?
Make a lot of speeches against the caste system. These endless speeches, you know. The same sort of... I'm sick of speeches.
Oh my God, I feel his pain. Oh my God, I feel his pain. I'm so sick of speeches.
Action. Well, what action do you want? Some program, you see? Some machinery by which the thing would be altered. Some action. Well,
look, this guy's, I'm like waiting for this guy to be like, but that's socialism. That's communism. That's like, what do you mean? Changing, what does that mean? He can't even comprehend it.
Supposing it doesn't work, what alternative do you see? Well, you don't know.
There it is. Okay.
Thinking some kind of communism. And why do you think that would help the country more? Would it raise the standard of living anymore? Yes, it does. How? I mean, who cares really for this election business? People want food, people want their material needs to be satisfied.
Yeah.
If democracy in America, yes, I agree. You see, the democracy works, and I don't think there ever would be communism in America.
In his defense, yeah, in his defense, he probably doesn't know as much about America. I'm just saying, but okay.
I've just come from that country. I was invited to give a degree, take a degree. That's because each American earns so much. Well, you can begin to...
Because of the exploitation of the global South. I get it, though. Okay.
Well, how can you begin? They say we have no land. You see? Our rainfall is so short. Our forests have been denuded. You see? What can we do? Well, you have, unless you tackle these problems.
Yeah. Oh, I love that Matt Saga. I'm going to definitely look him up and read about him. That's fantastic. Okay. Yeah. We need some kind of change, right? All right. Love that. So guys, let's go on here. This is, so someone sent this, reactions, ooh. This is a funny, so we'll watch, okay, we're definitely going to watch this, these R stories thing. But first, let's do a palate cleanser after all of that serious stuff. Okay, oh my God, I love Miss Betty Bowers, right? I love Betty Bowers. Betty Bowers is fun. Betty Bowers is fun. Let's just do this real fast. The rest of the world sees America as ultra-capitalist propaganda. Oh, absolutely. Yes, Jonas, I do. I do. I see that is all America puts out is ultra-capitalist propaganda all the time. Yep. Okay. All right, so let's watch it. This is sent to us
Good
by
evening.
Gwen. This is just a palate cleanser. It's called America's Top 5 Christian Nationalist Pests. Okay, why not? Why not? I'm excited. And then we'll watch those videos that Jonas, et cetera, sent us, okay? Yay! Yay! Let's do it. Let's have fun. Let's watch.
As all of you know, I'm Mrs. Betty Bowers, America's Best Christian, trademark glory. Tonight, I'm going to award America's top 5 Christian nationalist pests. Pests. Political, evangelicals, successfully, trolling, secularists. Goodness, it's been a busy year for pests throughout the land. And with competition this ruthless, our winners really had to up their game, throw shame and the Constitution to the wind, and troll just a little bit harder to force our religion.
By the way, don't you love this American flag she has with all the crosses and dollar signs on it in the background? I love it.
The rest of the country. Let's get to it, shall we? Number 5 is Mike Johnson, the puritanical pixie of the house. Mike is famous for recruiting his son, the white one he allows in family photos, to track Johnson's wayward meander.
That is actually true. We do know that Johnson openly said how he allows his son to read his internet history, and then he reads his son's internet history to make sure they're not watching pornography. And his son is like, what, an adult or something? I can't remember. But like, that's kind of weird. Also, why would you say that publicly? Why would you publicly announce that you and your son spy on each other's internet history to make sure you're not watching porn? By the way, it also highly implies that you can't control yourself. If that's something you don't want to do, don't do it. Why do you need someone to spy on you to make sure you're not doing it? He must really want to watch porn. And hey, everyone do whatever you want, okay? Everyone do whatever you want. But like, I'm just saying, they must really like watching porn that they need to monitor each other's porn use. And I would bet it's probably like trans porn or something. So like, they probably really don't want to watch porn because they're afraid that they're going to start liking trans people or something. I don't know. But I just thought that was funny. Or maybe it's gay porn. That's why they do it. I don't know. Yeah, and there is an adopted black son who he never shows on camera because he's, we can't, you all know why, right? I'm sure you all know why, for his base of white hood wearing monsters probably wouldn't like us seeing a black son on camera. Okay. Anyway,
brings into satanic lust. Fun fact, a lot of people don't know that Mike got his start as dean of the Judge Paul Presler School of Law, a Christian law school, inconveniently named after a pedophile.
Yeah.
Awkward, but good practice for his current job of covering up for another one. Johnson is so devoted to imposing
maybe that's why they monitor the porn use, because it's child porn, right? I'm sorry, I probably can't say that on the internet. It's, you know what I mean? It's that kind. Okay. So I'm just saying, because clearly, no doubt that Mike Johnson is very much covering up for that shit left and right, covering up for the Epstein files, covering up for all this shit happening up there, right? So maybe that's why, because, a government is completely populated by those people, if you know what I mean, okay?
his Christian faith on American politicians. He once almost imposed his Christian faith on Donald Trump. I'm kidding. No, Mike is ambitious enough to never allow the power of the gospel to interfere with the power of Mike Johnson.
Yep.
Number 4 is Franklin Graham. Franklin is a bit like his hero. No, not Jesus. Donald Trump. Both Donald and Franklin are the sons of men who were highly successful in their chosen industries.
Franklin Graham, anyway.
Each son, rather unimaginatively, went into. Indeed, if it weren't for the millions their daddies made, there is a good chance we wouldn't even know who Franklin Graham or Donald Trump even are. So, as Joel Osteen is...
Yeah, definitely not self-successful businessmen, as Trump likes to claim. He got that cute little loan from his daddy, which may help make him rich, and then, Graham also got a lot from his daddy. Okay,
want
they're
to
Nepo
say,
babies.
Glory to money. Indeed. Each year, Franklin awards himself well over $1 million from his charities. And
That's right, LaQual. LaQual says some of these people actually adopted minority kids. They're taming the savages. Maybe that's a more liberal thing. Although I know they love Amy Coney Barrett for doing that. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Well, God, liberals love that shit, right? They're, they view it as like, oh, look, you're, this powerful white person helping out this poor, I don't know, African child, this poor, Russian child, whatever. And it's very much, there's a lot of weird white, like, saviorism going on here, and liberals love that shit, by the way. Liberals love that shit. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of liberal celebrities do this shit, okay, where they're always like, look, I adopted a child, a black child. Look at how angelic I am. It's kind of gross. Obviously, it's kind of gross to use race as sort of a, as a self-advertising thing. And like, I don't know, kind of gross to me. I don't know. Just kind of gross. Just a thought there.
flies in a Gulfstream jet because the
Hilarious,
airlines make you share a fuselage with people you don't even know.
Yes.
Franklin gets this award because he never allows an opportunity for his flexible faith to bend his rigid politics.
Yes.
When Bill Clinton was caught cheating on his wife, Franklin said, "This concerns everyone."
Interesting. Drusilla says, as an adoptee, I hate the gratefulness pushed upon us. Yeah, Drusilla. It's gross. It is gross. I've seen it before. I've actually seen, I knew a teacher who made a comment like that to an adopted child in her class. And I'm like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Okay, what are you doing? Don't do that. Anyway, yeah, but regardless, yes, I know what you mean.
Everyone, if Clinton will lie to or mislead his wife, what will prevent him from doing the same thing to the American public? But when Donald Trump was caught cheating on his wife, Franklin said, "This is between him and his wife, and Stormy Daniels is nobody's business."
Right. Because it's all about power. It has nothing
Such
to do
a
with principle.
limber approach to the Ten Commandments. 3 is Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation.
Ew.
Roberts has been called the mastermind of Project 2025. Like Franklin Graham, Kevin Roberts underscores that, to Christian nationalists, Jesus may have said to give all your money to the poor. He just never said when. So Roberts pulls in $953,920 a year from the Heritage Foundation.
Of course.
An election denier, but only, like Trump, when he doesn't like the results. Roberts wrote that many of America's institutions need to be burned, including among those to be incinerated are the
Guys, this goes right back to what I was showing you with the Trilateral Commission report and the Powell Memorandum. This started in the 70s. They've just gotten better at it since then.
FBI, done. Thanks, Cash. And the New York Times, done. Thanks, cowering board of editors. Kevin Roberts' plan to combat China's growing influence in EVs and solar energy? Public prayer. Checkmate, China. Roberts has praised Hungary.
That's literally what he said, by the way. I remember reading about that. He said that in order to stop China from becoming an economic hegemon compared to the United States, that the followers should just pray about it, right? You should pray about it. You know what I mean? Might as well just pray about it. That'll help.
Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's ousted autocratic government, calling Hungary
now, I will say, Jonas, I'm about to effeminately eat my crackers, okay? Because Jonas is a homophobe, and Jonas said that I effeminately eat my crackers. I do not. So good. You're not effeminate at all. Okay, let's be clear.
model for modern statecraft. That Roberts feels a bit different now. While a loyal Christian nationalist, Roberts is a Catholic. Apparently, he is unaware that many Christian nationalists don't consider Catholics to even be Christian.
That's true.
A mindset exposed by some of the angry responses to Pope Leo's recent criticisms of Donald Trump. But let's just keep the Catholics keep out of our treehouse thing between us for now. Coming in faster than...
Honestly, though, the evangelicals really ought to unify with the Catholics. They're going to need support for the massive child sex trafficking ring they got going, right? No, the child assault. Now, I know that the The Catholics are more public because they're a big centralized organization, so they can take centralized stats about the amount of assaults that happen within the Catholic Church and then promptly cover it up. But at least people were able to uncover that. It is harder to track sexual assaults that happen in Protestant churches because it's not a centralized organization. Each church or church district is separate in a lot of ways, so it's harder to collect centralized information. I suspect there's plenty of assault happening in Protestant churches too, so really they ought to unite with the Catholics and work together to cover it up. Just saying. You see what I mean? Why not? That would be, just saying from a Machiavellian perspective, that would be the way to do it, and they should all help each other cover up each other's sex crimes against children. If I were there advising them, I would say I'd be like, definitely ally with the Catholics on this one. They have experience covering up child sex crimes.
Last call is number 2 as former TV chatterbox Pete Hegseth, all full of boozy, braggadocious bluster. Pete's only qualifications of being Secretary of Defense, war, are his Christian nationalism and ability to say words.
Thank you, Doug. Doug says Sam is super macho. I've seen him lift weights. You're damn right, Doug. Okay, Antifa. I have weights right next to me. I can show them all off to all you. I'll show how masculine and strong I am. How dare you? Okay, anyway, just you know what, Louise? Louise, I do not put my pinky up. That is a lie. Okay, you are hallucinating, Louise. No pinky up. You understand? All right, none. So delicious. So delicious.
On camera while wearing a full face of makeup. The latter ability he shares with his boss, well, except for the part about being able to say words. Pete likes to invoke the images of hope.
I cannot believe that people still use the word crusade. I've talked about this before. There are schools in this country whose sports mascot is a crusader. Like the Tampa City Crusaders or whatever. Okay. I'm like, why are you using the word crusader? It is so disgusting to do that. And, there's always been this weird obsession with the word crusade, even though the crusade itself was, oh my goodness, the crusade, the actual crusades were violent and deadly and killing everyone, in the Middle East and shit. It's disgusting. Level 269 MB. Hello, level 269 MB. Thank you. Guys, you should be more like level 269 MB. Level 269 MB says, I love this jester. Rather new here, but I've learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you, level 269. The rest of these monsters and these degenerates are always mean to me, okay? Are always mean to me and are always accusing me of things that are really rude. And I'm just trying to make a career here, and I'm a victim all the time. And so thank you, levels 269. I needed that. Okay, Paul Squaw, what'd you say? The homosexual cracker eating makes me feel crusadery. Paul Squaw, I swear to God, Paul Squaw, I swear to God. Jonas says real men crush crackers and let it fall on their face. Like this, I can't do it, whatever. That looked dirty, whatever. I hate all of you. Okay, Elevator Lady, what? I give you love. Thank you, Elevator Lady. You're right, Elevator Lady. Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. So does NB. So does level 269 MB. You get a boop too. Boop. All right? The rest of you get a bonk. All of you combined. Okay? All right. Yeah, you're right, LaCroix. And you notice, LaCroix, that's... So, LaCroix, you said, I somehow got my Eagle Scout without being molested, but they kept pretty good track of the incidents because they're centralized, right? LaCroix, there's a national Boy Scouts organization. So, a lot of times, assaults that happen in non-centralized church systems, okay, are not, it's harder to track that shit. Okay, thank you, Philly Cheese. I'll take a drink. Antifa, I am a victim. I am a victim of all of yours mistreatment. I treat you all so well. I'm so nice. How dare you, Drizzle? I'm not high maintenance. Okay, everyone ready? Let's continue.
Holy wars and the Crusades. But if there is one thing that will make Iranians fight for a regime that most of them don't particularly like, is if you convince them that they are fighting not for that regime, but for Islam instead.
Oh, good.
Pete is smart that way. And America's #1 pest is, of course, Donald Jesus Trump.
Yep.
Now, on first blush, it might seem odd for America.
Technically, I kind of view that as a lived up thing.
Yeah. Trump is, a massive threat, etc. Blah blah blah. He's a massive liar. I hate him to death. I wouldn't have mind if any of those assassination attempts had actually. You know what? I can't say that online, but you all know what I'm about to say. But by the way, although admittedly, let's say in Minecraft, if we were to invent a guillotine, for certain people who have really large necks, that'd be really hard to use that guillotine blade on certain people. But anyway, we need to make a very big guillotine blade. You know what? Whatever. I was going to say that, the main issue here is that our system created Donald Trump, right? It's one thing to hate Donald Trump, who's horrible, who's a fascist piece of shit, and is the epitome of the evil that is America. Okay. But we need to change the system that created him. And I really, I'm as much as, I hate Donald Trump, and everyone should hate Donald Trump. I don't want us to forget that just getting rid of Trump will not fix the problem. That will not fix the problem. So if we really don't like Donald Trump and we don't want to see another Donald Trump, we need some major changes in this country. You see what I mean? Yes, Luke, like the Heritage Foundation is a massive problem. Okay? The bribery of politicians is a massive problem. The power of the owning class is a problem. Okay? And the Democratic Party is a problem. There are so many problems that created Donald Trump. And a lot of libs out there, think that we fix Trump, everything goes back to the way it was, America will be great again, and everything will be fine. Nope. Okay, yeah, Yola Bun. So we cannot just rest our laurels by kicking out Donald Trump. All right? Okay, to be clear, which is why we need more than just voting. We need massive resistance. But I know that'll never happen. Whatever. I know. I'm getting frustrated. Never mind. Okay. So, LaCroix, I saw a secret stream where CR said that he thought the current system is based. What are you talking about, LaCroix? I never did a secret stream. What do you mean? I actually don't remember. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm assuming I didn't say the system was based. Did I do a secret stream where I talked about my real thoughts on the system? I don't know. No, those are my real thoughts on the system. But did I Fed post at all? I hope I didn't Fed post at all. Okay. All right. If you all know what I mean. Yolabun, it's mostly the fault of the Dems. Oh, I agree. It's mainly the fault of the Dems. But it's mainly, okay, Hulakwa, because I could see myself doing that, doing a secret stream where I say things that I shouldn't have said that are Fed posty, if you know what I mean. You never know. All right. I'm geez, do I need to get rid of that or something? Okay. Anyway, Yolabun, yeah, so it's mainly the fault of the Dems in so much that, well, it's the fault of party corruption. The Dems are massively corrupt, and they refuse to actually do things that reform the country because they're bribed by the politicians. So they basically allow the Republicans to get away with all kinds of shit, okay, by doing that. Okay, so the party system is really to blame, okay? All right. Let's continue.
America's most prominent Christian nationalist to show no signs of actually being Christian himself. But we're not the first conservatives to conveniently overlook that slight hiccup. Recently, busybody Pope Leo denounced people who use God to promote their own self-interests.
Okay, Weird Morphous Blob has a lovely point. Hilarious Weird Blob. This is another thing. I also think it's really gross when libs talk about how oh my God, we need to get rid of Trump and go back to the way America was. La 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 la. Okay. Everything will be dandy. They don't use this language, but that's all they focus on is getting rid of Trump and electing the Democrats. We do know that the Democrats were engaged in violent American imperialism and murdering of people abroad, right? Right. So you do know that for a lot of people around the globe, when you cheer and say, we just need to get the Democrats back in power, it looks to people abroad like you're just yeah, let's go back to the regular death and destruction we do overseas, right? The regular support for the genocidal state of Israel. The regular drone bombing of wedding parties in Yemen, which happened under, by the way, Obama, where he accidentally bombed and apparently accidentally bombed a wedding party in Yemen, announced that it wasn't a wedding party, but then secretly sent money to that family to pay them for how we had killed them while publicly lying about it. Okay. You see what I mean? So can we get away from the idea that the Democrats will save us? Because we need major reforms in this country because the Democrats failing is what created Donald Trump. And they refuse. We keep seeing this, guys. We keep seeing this. The Democrats refuse to learn because they are paid not to learn. The donors that are bribing them don't want they don't want them to learn from their past mistakes, right? Because it's not about winning based off what the people want. It's based off winning for what the donors want, right? Okay. We live in a corrupt system and it's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy. And I need to keep emphasizing that. And I keep seeing, by the way, guys, exactly, Yolabun, you know it. Democracy under capitalism cannot work. One system is authoritarian, the other one is not. Okay. Okay. So can we just, anyway. By the way, one last thing. I know I'm on a little rant here. I can't help myself. You know what? We'll finish this and then I'll finish my rant.
Now, most assumed he was directing his remarks at Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. To which I respond, how dare the pontiff inject his religion into American politics? That's our job. Glory. I hope you liked my selections for America's top 5 Christian nationalist pests.
Let me put my face up just for this last little thing I wanted to say to all of you. Okay. I'm calm, Mayflower Kid. I'm calm. How dare you? I'm perfectly calm. All right. I'm perfectly calm and relaxed. So calm and relaxed, Mayflower Kid. Look at me. Look how calm and relaxed I am. Okay. So I am very sick of people, sometimes libs, okay, a lot of times libs, acknowledging that the American system of government is very deeply flawed. Like a lot of liberals will acknowledge and say, yeah, our politicians are corrupt. They accept donations. Well, yeah, you know, yeah, we don't really get to choose who we really want. Yeah, a lot of our politicians do things that we don't like. And yet they continue to say that America's a democracy and that they want to defend the democracy. And I don't get it. Like, I literally don't get it. That is a contradiction. It's like you openly know it's not democratic, and then you still talk about American democracy and how Trump is threatening American democracy, even though you know it's not democratic. And yeah, Trump is threatening to make us less democratic, but we were not really democratic before. I got to tell you. All right. Trump is an authoritarian piece of shit. So yeah, he made us less democratic, but we weren't democratic previously. So it's like this internal contradiction, okay, that doesn't make much sense to me, all right? It doesn't make much sense to me. Yolabun, I mean, we have some democratic elements in our government. Yolabun, we have democratic forms, but our government is not based off the will of the people. Democracy means government based off the will of the people. So a lot of the structures of our government are democratic in structure, but they do not operate democratically. Does that make sense? Okay, there have been studies on this. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass, by the way. I'm not saying this to you, Oban. Like, I sound conspiratorial. There have been studies on it. The will of the people does not get listened to in this country. It doesn't. The majority of people don't like Israel. And yet we keep sending billions of dollars to Israel. The majority of people support universal health care. We don't have universal health care. Okay, we don't have it. The majority of people hate Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Okay, that is not democratic at all. If the will of the people isn't followed. All right? And I could talk about tons of other things, too. So, anyway, that's because, again, our politicians don't represent us. They represent the interests of the people that bribe them, which are the big corporations and wealthy. And there are studies on it, okay? And we can call it a democracy all we want, but that doesn't change the reality. Yeah, exactly, Yolabun. And Yolabun, so Yolabun says, yeah, but when a third of the country has their brains melted by Fox News, why should their will be represented by the country? That's the problem, Yolabun. A lot of their wills are represented by the country, okay? Right now, the elites, the people in power who have brainwashed people on Fox News are the ones who are in power, okay? And they're not the majority of the country, though, are they? The majority of people are not Fox News viewers, which goes to show you that we're not in a democracy, that this small group of far-right lunatics can control the whole country and make decisions not based off the will of the people, right?
I know, Jonas. Well, because the corporations and stuff won't control over the news media. That's why, Jonas. That's why we can't make it objective. Okay. So, all right. All right. So, okay. Does that make sense, everyone? Like, we're not a democratic government. We're not. It's not a democracy. All right. As a matter of fact, guys, we are less democratic than lots of other countries. Okay. We're like less democratic. We keep saying that we're this great democracy. No, we're not. We're also very low in the rankings when it comes to democracy in a lot of ways. All right. So it's just something to think about. Yeah, but Yolabun, as I always say, guys, I do not have a monopoly on truth in this regard. So, hey, I could be wrong. But from everything I've read and research and stuff, we do not have a democracy. And you can, if you'd like, please join our Discord. We could talk about it more if you'd like to. Okay. All right. So it's just annoying to me when libs are like acknowledge that the system has all the hilarious Yolabun. There you go. Yolabun says, what about freedom? Eagle screech. Exactly. Okay. All right. Moving on. Moving on, folks. All right. Let's see what we got here. So we got some other things to look at. Let's watch one of those videos that was sent to me by Jonas, I think, or Louise or Mithril. I'm not quite sure who did it. Someone did it. Okay, someone did it. One second here, guys. Okay. All right. So let's see what we got. Boo. Reactions. Okay, let's watch this one. This one was... This is cute. Boy struggles to adjust to school in Manchester. All right, we'll watch this. This looks good. So this is about teachers who are assisting students through various issues, I think. Okay. Now then, let me see here. There we go. Okay, so, all right. So Jonas, this is actually something that I don't have a good answer on. Jonas actually says, I'd love to be in a universe where the media just puts out factual information, right? Right? Now, there is an issue with this, Jonas. I will say, I don't know if that's possible because I just don't know. It's hard to describe because even if you put out factual information, which factual information are you putting out? That is a form of censorship in itself. The picking and choosing of stories. All right. I'm not convinced that it is possible to have the perfect, like to have completely neutral factual news sources. What I would say, and guys, this is something that I am not sure of. I'm just telling you my thoughts on it, so I could be wrong. What I would like are for news media to at least try to create a collective interest amongst the people, as in talking about like, framing things in a way that shows not only what is, but what could be. So for example, if you have like a okay, let me give you an example. If let's say there's an organization that just tries to be factual and they report that Congress, this president just did this, okay? President just passed a ban on puppies, okay? Or let's put it this way. The president just tried to pass a ban on puppies and they failed, okay? I don't just want that fact. I want the fact to be the president just passed a ban on these puppies and failed to do it. This is what he could have done if this is what he could have done to push for it harder if he actually wanted to do it. This is the effect of him not doing it. And this is how it affects you, right? That is more than that is like, you see what I mean? We need to know. I am not postmodernist. We also need to know the context of that decision and what the political possibilities actually are. Because if I do something factually, that doesn't mean that I actually believe or care about that thing. You see what I mean? Or that I did what I could have done. So politicians can do factual things and still be lying or hiding the truth from the world. Like when Biden
claims to have not been able to do, oh, we can't raise the minimum wage. I couldn't do it. The moderate Dems wouldn't let me. No. There's a lot you could have done. You could have gotten in front of a camera and a mic and yelled at those Dems that were doing it. There was a lot more you could have done. And if I just would have reported on that factually, it would have been the bill failed because of moderate Dems. Okay. Well, also, Biden didn't try hard enough. This is why it's complicated. Okay. I don't know if you can have perfectly factual news without having some level of commentary. You see what I mean? Okay. Hilarious Philly cheese. No, Joe Biden was helpless. Hilarious Philly cheese. No, he wasn't. Okay, he was not helpless at all. He didn't do all he could at all. Weak man. All right. So anyway, but this is, so I don't know, and I don't have a good answer on it. Okay. All right. Redmond Berry, consumers of news sources. Yeah, right, Philly cheese. Okay. So, all right, let's go on here. Okay, so let's watch this. This was sent to us by, I don't know, Louise or Jonas or Mithril, someone from the UK. And this is a video about teachers in the UK attempting to help. Yeah, so Gwen, all right. Yeah, and that's an issue, Jonas, right? So this is why it's so complicated, Jonas. I'm not saying you're wrong. So Jonas says, but don't you realize that most people won't fact check it? Yeah, and that's the problem is, right? Like there's so many layers to this. I don't know what the answer is. Especially when you have a structure that makes it hard for people to take time to read multiple news sources because of how much we work and things like that. Gray art, I think war excuses violence and allows certain people to commit crime for their ideology. Not even one person should be excused of harmful crimes because this is what happens. What are you referring to, Gray? Forgive me. You say, I think war excuses violence and allows certain people to commit crime. Oh, I agree. Absolutely. Not even one person should be excused of harmful crimes because this is what happens. Yes. Oh, absolutely, Gray Art. I agree. I'm not yes. Okay. I agree, Yolabun. I tried to do tons of media literacy, right? Yeah, I agree, Yolabun. All right. So let's watch, guys. Let's watch this now. Perfect, though, Philly cheese. I don't know if you've noticed. There's times where I don't really check out a source because I just take it from what's sent to me, and then I don't check it first. And then sometimes I'm like, oop, we're not going to watch this because this isn't true. But I do try my best. That's why I take so much time in the morning, guys. That's why, like, my whole morning is spent preparing for the stream because I am checking and double checking the sources I try to show you. Okay, a lot of the time. I'm not perfect, but I do as best I can. Also, guys, and I know you all are going to hate me, please stop relying on Twitter for news. Please just don't. I got to tell you, like, what you read on Twitter isn't true, whether it be from a left or a right-wing perspective. There are a few good journalists on Twitter who actually report things that are true, but there's so much junk on Twitter, even left and right, okay, it's just lies that isn't true, or it's made up, or it promotes conspiratorial thinking. All right. I'm just saying, be careful with like Twitter or X or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay. Like and I know a lot of people love this shit. Okay. And like go through it. And how do I say it for this, guys? I know I sound like a boomer or something being like, these kids out here using this shit. Well, guys, I hear a lot of people saying, well, but there's a lot of good news on Twitter. You get to see, you don't get the filtering of mainstream media and stuff like that. Not really. I mean, like, it's replacing one form of propaganda, which is mainstream media, and replacing it with thousands of people saying whatever the hell they want. And that's not exactly a good source. Okay. That's fair, a bright love, but like, can we just be careful with that? And I know it's hard because a lot of us understand that mainstream news sources are also not great. Okay. Okay. They aren't great. But what the key is when you read mainstream news sources, you have to filter through the information in a responsible way. Okay. Don't trust the commentary as much. This is a whole big conversation we'll have to have sometime, okay? This is a whole big conversation. We'll talk about it sometime, all right? We'll talk about it. That's the thing, sir. So, but real fast. I'm sorry I'm pausing again. I know, guys, I go off on my little tangents. Sir Bart says everything has a profit motive. Always keep that in mind. Yes. And guys, the key is, and I know this sounds dark, to either find outlets whose profit motive is linked to donations from the average person, so publicly funded or communally funded organizations, which means that they're going to be less beholden to people in power, or to find news organizations whose profit motive is largely linked to them being accurate. Okay. So, like some news organizations, like the AP makes money because people trust it. If it were to suddenly, make a lot of really false news stories, it would lose a lot of cred and it would stop losing profit. It would not make as many profits. So, that's my point here. Okay. You should look at, the motivation for the news agency. Okay, like even CNN, and CNN is awful. Okay, we all know this. Don't trust any of the commentary on CNN for a moment. But if they were to go too crazy with some of their reported stories, they would lose out on a lot of profit. Okay. Does that mean you trust CNN? No, they're horrible. But I'm just saying, like, even some of those channels can't go too crazy with it. Or they lose stuff. It's the commentary that's really the problem. And we need new news sources anyway. Good. You shouldn't. Yeah, hello, Valid Accent. You shouldn't trust me. Okay. I always say that at the end of stream, don't I? No one, being able to filter AM bullshit from internet from people and from one media has to be offer essentially. Yeah, totally. Totally. All right. Totally. All right. And that's why I say at the end of every stream, guys, don't even fully trust what I say, right? Because I don't want you to trust anyone on the internet fully.
I can't speak.
I will say this. I have this. This is not a critique. There's no good way to do this. I would sometimes be uncomfortable, like having a kid explain themselves to a rest of a class. Like it kind of puts a kid on the spot. Like if you're like, explain your culture and beliefs to everyone in the class, as if they represent all people of that culture and beliefs. But I get it. I don't know. Maybe the kid volunteered to do it. I mean, if they volunteer and they want to do it, go ahead. That's a good education experience. I'm nitpicking. It's fine. Liquid Alcorn, love the line from Boondocks. Look, all I'm saying is Ronald Reagan was the devil. There you go. Jonas, in secondary, when a Somali guy joined my year and made his classmate, people kept calling him the captain. Hilarious. Oh, oh, wait. Oh, sorry. It took me a moment. I thought you meant captain, like I meant like a positive thing, but you mean like pirates. Okay, God. All right. Yeah, Mithril, I would. And that's not, in Mithril, that's not like, again, I'm not overly critiquing her. It depends. Like, I don't know the scenario here. I'm just nitpicking as a teacher. Like, I would want to know the context of why the kid is explaining it. Because to me, it's sort of the teacher's job. You know what I mean? And not putting it on, like, yeah. Would the teacher, let's put it this way, would the teacher have a Christian explain it, one of the Christian students explain it, if they were trying to talk about what Christianity is, for example? It's complicated, but like, I don't know. It puts them on the spot. But I don't know the context. Hey, oh, there's worse nicknames. Yeah. Casual racism is funny when it's little kids. What do you mean, Paul Squaw? How dare you? Okay. Okay. So CR thinks racism is hilarious. What do you mean? How dare you? Okay. Because he has experienced it. What do you mean, Mithril? He's experienced what? For fuck, Mithril. Okay, you're way overdoing it, Mithril. Okay, I'm just saying I don't know the context of this. Yes, Jonas, you enjoyed it. I'm saying I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on this. I don't know if the teacher forced him to say it or like asked him to say it or if he volunteered to say it. If he volunteers to say it, then yeah, that's great. I've just known teachers who will put students that are from other countries and religions on the spot. And then, like, let's say you're talking about Islam in class. Imagine if a teacher suddenly turns to you and goes, oh, you're a Muslim. Tell us all what it is, right? Without asking you in advance if that's okay. Like, it can be kind of putting or singling out people that are different. Okay. So, all right. But like that, I don't know. I don't know enough about this situation. I'm just making a comment. Guys, I told you the story about the Afghan lady I had in one of my classes, right? And I made a cultural mistake that I didn't think of until later. I had a student that was a refugee from Afghanistan, and she came in really early one day and sat in my classroom, and I didn't know she was in there. But I come into my classroom and I sit down at my desk, and she's in there. She's the only one in there, and she suddenly starts crying and rushes out of the room, and I'm like, oh my God, what happened? Did something happen? Well, it turns out that
You know, that's a big cultural taboo. You're not alone in a room with a man in Afghanistan, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a teacher, it doesn't matter who it is, you don't do that. And so we had to come up with a way of sort of I just had to make sure that I wasn't in the room ever with her alone, okay? I mean the door was open and everything. It's not like but you know, so like different cultural norms you got to be careful of. You all saw that, right? You all saw, guys, it's so funny when you're teaching like kids, especially like middle school or like teenage boys, they like when it comes to girls, like, oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Um, okay, yeah, that's like I'm a teacher though. I see it through the eyes of education. So it's not like yeah, I think the kid is the kid is based. I said he's based, but like obviously he learned it. He might just be really empathetic too. God, you know what, guys? Today you're like, well, maybe you shouldn't thank, maybe it's the kid that should be thanked. Okay, calm down. Calm down, all right? Jesus Christ. All of you need to calm the fuck down, okay? I'm doing my best here. I'm eating my cracker. I'm trying to watch this, all right? Jesus. LaCroix says, do you remember getting that easily distracted by girls? I do not. As I was saying, folks, okay? As I was saying, like it'd be really funny. It'd be really funny, by the way. That's hilarious. It is cannibalism. Where like I would literally be I'd be like talking directly to like a teenage boy, and then this has happened to me multiple times. They'll suddenly just stop talking and kind of stare off with their mouth like open, and I'll be like, hello, John, hello, and it'll be because he's looking at a girl. Like, it's hilarious. It is hilarious how like this sort of like puberty and stuff, and these kids just start like having this this obsession with girls, and like it's so funny to me. Okay, where it's like you have to like snap them out of it. Like, hey, look over here. Stop looking at the girl coming. Yeah, it's like monkey brain. It's really funny to me. Hello, Jane Elway. So glad you're here. Welcome, John Elway. Elwa, so glad you're here. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, and it's really funny to me. I love it. You gotta kind of, anyway, it's just fun. It's fun. One of the cute things you see as a teacher. Or boys, a lot of times boys will, if they're around, if there's girls nearby, they misbehave like crazy, okay? They try to they act so much more like, yo, look how cool I am. Some of the nicest kids might start being kind of rude to the teacher if there's girls that they like around because they're trying to be based or like they're trying to be cool. It's really funny. No one this time, honest question here. So no one this time says many individuals on the video do have 1,000K jackets and suits on. Capitalism shines through their trauma. Looks like an affluent establishment. Do all UK schools have uniforms? I'm honestly asking. I don't know. Is this a public school? Is it a private school? Is it an affluent school? They do, Jonas? Okay, so we can't be sure that this is an affluent school, right? This could just be a regular public school. Okay. I'm just curious. So again, no one, I don't know. So that's possible, but I don't know if this is, they do. Okay. We all wear uniforms. Okay. So we can't be sure what the economic conditions are in the school. So no one, I'm not trying to shoot down what you're saying here, but we're not sure if this is a wealthy school or whatever. Okay. Failing school. So this is probably a low income school. I got you. Okay. That's fair. No one, you said we can be sure whoever owns the school made sure their intake looks a certain way. Yeah. So you mean like the British government probably owns the school, right? So yeah, so it'd be the government wants everyone to be, you guys are going to hate me. I know that this is going to cause a divide. I actually like uniforms in schools. Now, listen, I know people are going to hate me, but you have to understand, like when you work in an American school, you can see class divide based on outfit very easily. You see the class divide immediately. Okay. It allows people to form groups based off class that I'm very uncomfortable with. And yeah, some kids don't have the wealth to have certain kinds of clothing. Some kids do. I think uniforms are good for schools. And I know people in America hate me with that. Okay. Hate me when I say that. Like I get pushback when I've said this before. but I do not like how public schools just allow people to wear what they, I mean, not completely wear what they want. You're right, Drusilla. They will, but the visualization of it makes it easier to dehumanize and stuff. Okay. Jan, I get that. So Jan says, I get it, but there are better possible solutions. Here's the thing though. Like the better solutions are completely reforming society and getting rid of class distinctions and making it easier for people to have access to the same clothing, which is a lot harder to do than something like uniforms. Now, we can debate this. Anything that whatever tries to level the playing field, I think is good. Okay, because right now, I can tell you guys all kinds of stories. I can tell you guys, I can tell you all kinds of stories, like about how impoverished kids would come in, or let's imagine this, guys. There are some kids who don't have, like, let's say, a mother in their lives, so they have no idea. They've never been taught how to do makeup or what to wear in public, and they might even do a social faux pas with what they wear, and they don't know, and it puts them at a disadvantage. Or there's all these things to think about. Okay. Okay. It's the principle, the socioeconomic factors. It's othering. The othering is what I've observed and listened to in this video. I'm critiquing. I see individuals who had trauma who are dressed up for a show. That's fair. No, no one's like, I can see how this is complicated, right? I mean, they are being othered because they're Syrian, right? But I don't think the dress is othering them. We could debate this. No one. This teacher is so good. This teacher is so good. She's making him do self-reflection, trying to teach him that it is appropriate now for you to feel proud of yourself, okay? Despite how much you might be demonized, okay? You should be very proud of yourself. And looking back and looking forward, all right?
Like a determination on you being you.
Guys, this is, oh my God, I love teachers, okay? This, like, teachers don't only teach content, right? They teach emotional stuff. They teach, they do psychology stuff. She is teaching him, right, to be confident, to be proud of himself in scenarios like this, okay? This is teaching what she's doing.
He's literally just started.
All right. Did I, oh, guys, oh crap, I just lost YouTube, folks. I just lost YouTube, probably because, oh, so the stream was suspended. God damn it. So don't worry, don't worry. I have to stop watching this video for a sec. We have to stop watching this video. It's almost, okay, we'll just stop watching the video. Okay. Well, for those that are still over on Twitch, this is why goddamn YouTube sucks. So don't worry. We're gonna stop watching, probably because of copyright. Probably because of copyright. So we'll wait. It doesn't appear I've gotten a copyright strike, but it does appear that it might be that I'll just have to wait for a second for the YouTubers to come back on. Okay, because it might be that, it's probably because of this. So we'll get out of this. Let me see here. Oh, it's the BBC. Well, of course. Let me see here. All right. Stream suspended. Okay, yeah, it says that it's a temporary block, so it will probably come back on here in a second. We just need to wait for a moment. Okay. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. So 1 second. I'm just making sure here that it's going to actually come back on. All right. That would, if it is a copyright strike, it's only my second one. Remember the first one was when I showed you guys the video of the whale being blown up, and for some reason that was a copyright strike because fuck capitalism. Okay. Update, cancel. Let's see here. All right, we'll wait to see if it comes back on over here. Temporarily blocked. Ooh. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Oh, looks like it might be coming back on. We'll see if it is. We'll see if it is. See if it is. There we go. Back on.
Problem
see if it
solved,
is.
folks. Problem solved.
See if it is.
All right.
There
Hello,
we
guys.
go.
Folks
Back
are on
on.
YouTube. How are you
Problem
doing over
solved,
there?
folks.
How are you doing over there?
See if it is.
All right.
There
Hello,
we go.
guys. Folks
Back
are on
on.
YouTube. How are you
Problem
doing over there?
solved.
1 second. How are you doing over there? Oh, guys, you can probably hear my
right.
voice.
Hello,
again
guys.
from multiple ends. Okay. There we go. Yay, guys that are over on YouTube. I'm glad you guys are back. That was probably a copyright thing, so we're gonna have to stop watching that video. We're gonna have to stop watching the video. But here, we're back. All right. Hey guys, hello. Yay. Yay, everyone back. Excellent, excellent. So I wanted to let's move on, guys. That was a very cute video. Clearly, we're not allowed to watch those for some reason. Okay, maybe it's Anglophobia. I don't know. So let's go on to something else. That was cute, though. That was very cute. So let's see here. ISIS Israel now. Let's see what else we got. Ooh. You know what? Let me quickly check here, guys. Let me quickly check. Let me quickly check here what we can do to I know you guys can't learn about loving and accepting migrants. That's unacceptable. All right, here we go. Let's see here. I'm just gonna check, guys, to see if there's any news updates about the Strait of Hormuz, given that that's shithead that's happening today. Yes, Trump failed. Yes. Ba-da-ba-da. Just sending a message here. How are you doing? Around. All right. Okay. So, so let's take a look here. Okay. Well, looks, guys, it appears as though the war is breaking out again. Yay! La da 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 da. Did it say what for? It said that there was copyright material being streamed and that they needed to suspend the stream for a moment so that I stopped streaming it. I don't think it's a copyright strike, but it's probably a you know. So it's probably just a warning strike about it. Probably okay, you know. All right, so I was just making sure it was back on. So guys, apparently America has now struck 7 Iranian boats. All right. So it appears as though there is now active shooting back and forth going on. Active shooting back and forth going on. Yay. Yay. All right. That's fun. Love that. Love that. So we got here, yeah, probably Palantir. So this is, okay, let's see what's going on here. Too early to tell if Trump's Project Freedom is a positive step, says Oil Tanker Group. Interesting. Right, LaQuad, don't you remember, guys? We're at peace now, apparently, according to Trump. So a group, let me see here. Let's see here. Let's read here. What's the latest? It's been a day of back and forth claims and denials between the U.S. and Iran over action in the Strait of Hormuz as tensions have reignited in the vital waterway. It can be difficult to track vessels' movement in the key shipping route. Our colleagues at the BBC Verify explain why. We've taken a brief look back at what we've heard about incidents in the Strait today. Trump said the U.S. struck several Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has yet to respond. Well, okay, so all we know is that that's what Trump is saying. So that's good. Yeah, but isn't that fun? This is my point, though, guys. It's funny how, like, we always are saying that we've destroyed the Iranian Navy, but, like, most of their Navy is made up of small ships, which we haven't struck at all. So, obviously, it's a cope. Let's see what Matt Saigai just sent us. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. You've got to be kidding me. All right. You know what? We'll look at this in a second. Oh, my God. I hate my life. Okay. I hate this country. I mean, I love it. Yay. God bless the United States. Rah, rah, rah. Patriotism, etc. Okay. Anyway. Moving on. Let's go on here. So what was I saying here? What was I looking at? I was trying to look at something. Duplicate. Then we'll go back to the other thing we were looking at. Oh, I lost it. I don't know where it went. Oh, here we go. Okay. So the Iranian Navy said it fired warning shots at U.S. destroyers. Separately, Iranian media reported Iran had hit one U.S. warship, a claim the U.S. denies. Suspects there's also Iran appears to have hit a South Korean ship also in the Straits. Hilarious. I mean, oh my God, this is so obvious. This is so goddamn obvious. Oh my God, this is so obvious. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. Oh my goodness. So this says U.S. plan to guide vessels out of the strait may not have worked as expected. No shit. No shit. Okay. We could have predicted that. Anyone here could have predicted that. No shit. Okay, no shit, it didn't work as expected. Does anything work as expected with this administration? Okay, Jesus. All right. All right, going back. Okay, ex-Pentagon official says, there is still considerable confusion in the U.S. and around the world about what Project Freedom, by the way, that is what we're calling this operation in the Strait of Hormuz to escort ships. It's called Project Freedom, a more Orwellian phrase I could not have come up with myself. Okay, there is still considerable confusion about in the U.S. and around the world about what Project Freedom actually entails and what comes next. To try and get a clearer picture, I've been messaging current and former military officials for their take on the operation. Mick Mulroy, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East and a veteran of both the Marine Corps and the CIA's paramilitary wing, told me he believes the project will provide air cover and defense from missile and drone attacks from ships, rather than physically escorting ships through the Straits of Hormuz. Okay. However, he says there's no guarantee it will actually restore freedom of movement and commerce in the strait. No shit. All right. Oh, great. The IDF is monitoring the situation in the Gulf. And they say, of course, because guys, of course, the IDF is going to try and use this as an excuse to continue their murderous genocidal bombing campaign against Lebanon. Of course. Hilarious. Israel says that our air defense systems and offensive capabilities remain at a high state of readiness, which has not changed since the ceasefire came into effect. They really ought to phrase this as our child-seeking missiles and bombs remain at a high state of readiness, ready to murder civilians at a moment's notice, okay? So yes, yay, great. Great. All right. What's wild is I saw ex-generals talking about how it's such a smart plan. Oh my God, so stupid, Sir Bart. Such morons. Jane Elway, does anyone think the U.S. is losing an unjust war in Iran, or does everybody agree with me that the U.S. is winning an unjust war? Oh no, Jane Elway, I disagree. I think the U.S. is losing an unjust war, okay? The United States is definitely losing an unjust war, okay? Well, let's put it this way. Maybe not definitely. You can have a different opinion on that, but the United States is not winning the war. We don't have control over the Strait of Hormuz. That is a massive sea change in power in the world. If the United States of America, which presents itself as a global power with the most powerful military on the planet, cannot keep open the Strait of Hormuz, a vital shipping lane, then that's not good, right? That's a bad sign, and that's a defeat. That is absolutely a defeat. Jane Elway, what do you think the outcome will be? I think the outcome will be that, well, I don't know. There's some ideas here, guys. I have some ideas here. Okay. I suspect Iran will come out on top. Okay. Oh God, no, Sir Bart. How dare I sound un-American? I would never want that, Sir Bart. I love America. Okay. I love America. Boop, boop, boop. America's the best. Yay, freedom and democracy. You know, I love America. America. You know, I would never say anything that would get me in trouble with the CIA or the FBI, of course. Love it to death. Best country in the world. Yay, freedom. Anyway, regardless, America is an imperialist evil power that doesn't deserve anything. Anyway, and I hope the empire falls. Regardless, so what was I saying? Oh, yes. So this is what I expect will happen. Okay? This is what I expect will happen. I expect Iran will come out on top. And the crumbling of the American empire will continue. What we're seeing now is that Iran had a lot more power over the region than was originally thought. America is not able to protect its allies in the region because Iranian missiles and bombs keep hitting allied countries, which will weaken America's relationship with those countries because those countries only support the U.S. insofar as much as the U.S. defends them. Iran has showed that that's not good. That's not true, that America does not have the power to protect them, and those countries are already starting to signal that they might start moving away from America, okay, in a lot of ways. So that's a major defeat. We have also had most of our military bases hit very strongly. That sounded like a Trump statement. They were hit very strongly. They were hit very strongly. They were.
They were hit very strongly, our military bases all across the Middle East, because Iran has been using much more advanced, has been using advanced technology, including satellites and stuff, to accurately hit targets, which has further weakened America when it comes to their image. Okay. America, by the way, is running out of interceptors, which are things you use to shoot down rockets and drones. And we had to transfer thousands of interceptors from the Pacific theater to the Middle East. We have massively depleted our stockpiles of weaponry. Okay. So yeah. So that's a massive depletion there. And guys, before this war, Jonas, I swear to God, before this war, Iran did not control the Strait of Hormuz, or at the very least, wasn't holding it hostage. Now they are, and there doesn't appear to be a way to stop it. So that sounds like a good thing for Iran, in my opinion. Okay, that sounds like a good thing. And there is no way. The reason Trump wants this war to end, because he knows he's trapped, right? America right now has two options. Okay, well, three options. One option is they stop the war and we stop the war, declare victory, and go home. But then Iran will have proven itself to have defeated the United States and will maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Oops. Oopsie. Whoopsie. Okay. Then, all right. So Jane Elway, that is not, so Jane Elway, I don't mean this to be rude, but that's not how war works. Okay. So Jane Elway says 13 dead American troops, 3,000 to 6,000 dead in Iran. Doesn't matter, Jane Elway. Doesn't matter. The reason the U.S. is extending the ceasefire is so that the U.S. can replenish its munition stockpiles. Yeah, Jane Elway. Guess who's also replenishing their munition stockpiles? Iran. And isn't that a bad sign that the United States had to get a ceasefire because it was running out of weapons? Because we thought that Iran would have surrendered by now. They did not. So we clearly miscalculated. And Jane Elway, if they do capture Karg Island, so what? There already isn't oil flowing through the strait. Capturing Karg Island would be what they do because they can't invade the mainland. We would be defeated if we invaded mainland Iran. Thank you, Jonas, so much. Thank you so much for those subs. Okay, let me explain. Okay, so I know I'm stopping here. Let me stop. Okay, let me go back. Okay, let me go back here. So the one thing we could do is Trump could declare victory and go home, which would be a defeat for America, a very obvious defeat for America. The next thing that America could do is we could put troops on the ground in Iran, which would also end in defeat. Okay, and if it didn't, because we would almost certainly have to do a conscription, or I should say a draft, because Iran is massive. It is massive, and it has a much larger population than Iraq or Afghanistan did. Okay. So that wouldn't be successful, and Iran has massively mountainous territory that is basically unoccupiable. That's why Trump is avoiding doing that. Okay, so that would be a way to defeat Iran, is if we occupied the country, but that won't go well. The third option is to play these stupid games and hope that Iran eventually gets tired and surrenders, but they have no reason to, because they're winning. They still control the Strait of Hormuz. They have gained from this war. Yeah, they've lost a lot of equipment. They've lost a lot of force. They've lost a lot of people. But they are still sending missiles and drones against targets all across the Middle East. Okay. But Jane, right now, Iran isn't sending oil supplies right now because they're being cut off by the United States. So what will capturing Karg Island do? It'll just further, they're already cut off. Okay. Like it won't, I think the Trump administration is desperate. They've realized that they're trapped. They've realized that they're trapped, that they're in an escalation trap. Right now they're losing, and there's nothing they can do to actually win unless they put troops on the ground. But they don't want to do that because they know that's going to be screwed up. So we're caught in this holding pattern where Donald Trump keeps trying all these bizarre methods to make them surrender, but they're not going to. Okay, they're not. So I don't see what the point of this is. Okay, I think we're fucked. I really do. All right. Okay. Does that make sense? How do I send me stars? Oh, I don't know. What do you mean stars? All right. If the U.S. I'm going to give you an honest example here, John. You mentioned how America has lost far fewer troops. What happened in Vietnam? Okay. That's what happened in Vietnam, by the way. Okay. What happened in Vietnam was that America lost far fewer troops, but we were still defeated. Jane Elway, the U.S. wants to drag its allies into the war. Iran attacking other countries gives U.S. a false justification to pressure its allies. No, isn't that funny, Jane? So I disagree, Jane. Let me explain. So let me explain something, Jane. Okay, Jane, you know what's happened in this war? America has destroyed its alliances with a ton of countries in Europe because Trump demanded that these countries send aid and they didn't. So you know what Trump is doing now? He's removing troops from Europe, from Germany and elsewhere. So this war has also resulted in us weakening our alliances and pissing off the European countries. That's the issue, is right now they're not being complete lackeys. And that is a sign of weakness. This war has weakened our position. Okay. I mean, they are lackeys, but right now they are not doing what the United States says, which is another sign of American weakness. Okay. But again, Jane, how you know, I do not have a monopoly on truth in this regard, but that's my opinion. I don't see how this is good for the United States at all. I don't see how we're winning at all. Okay. Yeah, they were already weak, Louise, and they just got made worse by Donald Trump, as you guys know. So I think that's not being suspicious enough of U.S. allies in Europe. Right now, they are not being lackeys. They're capable of lying. You're correct, Jane. I agree with you, and I'll even support what you say there. But right now, they are not being lackeys. Let's put it this way. They are being lackeys. They're just not being lackeys in the way the United States wants them to be. Does that make sense? Which is a sign of weakness, okay? LaCroix, U.S. getting weaker on the international stage needs to be injected straight into my veins, right? Okay. Are you serious? Well, J-Mac, if it's a few blocks away, it's probably just the average American shooting, but let's see. Let's take a look here. Shooting. God, why do I have to see Nigel Surratt? Okay, I'll take a look, J-Mac. Shooting, but yeah, all right. From White House. Oh God. Oh, my spine. All right. And by the way, I don't know. Is it true? I have to check because I don't know if JMac is right. Okay, so guys, don't start panicking. It could be that it's nothing. All right. No offense, JMac. I just need to verify before I say this thing for sure. But like, I don't see it. I don't see anything about it. Shooting a few blocks from White House. I don't see anything about it. So I don't know. I don't see anything about it. All right. So we'll have to wait. Okay. So anyway, let's go on. So that's my opinion on that. I think we're losing the war. Okay. Several Ukrainians are very left-wing and vice versa. Yeah, very true. All right. Okay, real fast. So we'll keep seeing how this war is playing out. The war continues, obviously. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, Jane. Please. That was a good. That was actually a good conversation, Jay. Most of the time when I get arguing with people in the chat, it's because they are racists or monsters. So thank you for actually having a good conversation with me. And you could be right? I don't have a monopoly on truth, but that's my view on the situation. Okay. All right. So, okay. So let's see here. What else? I just want to quickly see if there's anything else going on here. But guys, I love this. Don't you love the framing? Don't you love this framing? That from the BBC, that in Lebanon, diplomacy has failed to stop the war. Again, this is passive language. You know what's failed to stop the war? The fact that Israel is a murderous, genocidal ethno-state that wants to kill everyone, okay? That wants everyone to die except for themselves. And so, of course, I'm only slightly exaggerating there. They keep continuing the war. It's not a failure of diplomacy. It's a success of Israeli aggression, okay? To be clear. Okay. Okay, I see something from X. I'm not going to look at that. I don't see anything. There's nothing I can look at that makes me that I can be sure of. Okay. Anyway, so here's a funny thing. Look at what Trump posted. Of course they don't, Jane, right? And by the way, Israel wants the war to continue against Iran too. And they haven't gotten their way either. Israel has not yet gotten their way with Iran. They want to see Iran as a failed state because Iran threatens their regional hegemony. So they're going to keep pushing for war too. All right. And by the way, that's one of the major reasons we went to war, is because Israel wanted us to. And sometimes it can be hard to tell who holds the leash in that relationship, though it is America overall. But Israel, of course, puts a lot of pressure on our politicians to act in its favor, too, which is why so many Democrats are not criticizing Trump from the left. They're criticizing Trump from the right and saying that this war has been terrible because Trump hasn't waged it correctly and hasn't defeated Iran enough, which is hilarious to me. Okay? What is hilarious to me. All right? Jane, I actually disagree with you, Jane, on that. And I know that's a shocking thing for me to say. I don't think this war is mainly about oil. I really don't. It could maybe partially be about oil. That might be a secondary consideration. I don't think it's there hasn't been any. Now, historically, it might partially be about oil because the Iranian economy used to have a nationalized oil industry, the UK and America didn't like that. But I don't think right now we're fighting because of the oil. That might be a secondary consideration, but you cannot. The way we've approached the war doesn't make sense if we're going for the oil. We would have to put troops on the ground if we wanted the oil. Okay, we would have to, or we'd have to install a puppet regime, and we haven't been able to do that. And we're seeming to back down on needing to do that, which means it's probably not about war. I agree, Jonas. I think it's mainly about Trump being dragged in because Israel has always wanted us to do this. And I don't know. It's complicated. The reasons for the war are still unclear to me in a lot of ways. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mithril, you said, oh, Mithril, no. You know that's not what I meant, Mithril. I wasn't thinking about that. Mithril, you and I disagree all the time, and I hate you, Mithril. I hate our conversation, but no. And Mithril, well, I just forgot that we did that. Yeah, when I disagree with you too, Mithril, it's also great. I love disagreeing with you, okay? It helps keep me alive, Mithril. My anger towards you and my rage. Okay, anyway, whatever, okay. I'm just kidding. All right, so let's go over it. So isn't this funny? Look at this. This is what Donald Trump posted. And he is hilarious. Okay, the galaxy that demands strength, America stands ready. Hilarious. And this is apparent. And look, a little Grogu right here. Oh my God, oh my God, I just can't. They're so pathetic, guys. And you know that the right wing will lose their mind and sit and love this. They will love this shit, right? They'll be like, oh my God, our heroic Trump, and then they will. I probably can't say that on live stream. They will relieve themselves sexually on whatever monitor they're watching when they see this picture. Okay. Like hilarious. I can't, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So that's good. No problems with that. Yeah. News saying Trump is safe. Of course, I'm sure he's fine. All right. We have to see more of that. Managers of education on how their predecessor limit corrupt system was. No one, are you from the UK? Maybe you are. I don't know. They'll suck his nuts. Of course they will. Well, whatever nuts are there to suck, right? Yeah, no, they don't get Star Wars Mithril. I do think it's funny. Yeah, they don't understand the Star Wars message. They don't. All right. It's kind of like, have you guys seen how a lot of right-wingers post images of God Emperor Trump like he's the God Emperor of mankind from 40K, not realizing that 40K is a critique of fascism? Which is hilarious to me. Absolutely hilarious to me. Okay. I've probably talked with you guys about that before. The idea of like God Emperor Trump. All right. Okay. So let's go on here. What else we got? We have other things to talk about. All right. All right. We'll take a look at this again to see if any more shooting by White House. I'll see if there's any evidence of this, but, you know. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to send me something, I still don't see anything about it. I believe you, but I don't have nothing on here is telling me about it. Okay? Nothing I'm seeing here. Nothing at all. So if anyone has a link, okay, White House lockdown, but the White House goes on lockdown all the time. White House lockdown. It probably isn't anything. Okay. Okay, oh, here we go. Okay, so the Times Now, whatever the hell this is. White House on lockdown after reports of shooting nearby. Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably just nearby. The incident near, yeah, it's just a nearby. Guys, there's guns all over the United States. This isn't like an assassination attempt. There was a shooting nearby because there's guns everywhere. And then the White House the people in the White House are all scaredy cats, and it's, are always scaredy cats because, they're okay with the poor and the impoverished killing each other all the time because it doesn't affect them. But they freak the fuck out whenever there's a White House, there's any shooting anywhere near them, even if it's nowhere close to them, right? Right, Dolly boys. Someone get this man a ballroom, right? Hilarious. So it's just, okay. No offense, J-Mac. I just don't give a shit, okay? Unless there was an attempt on his life and unless it was successful. Oh my God, don't excite me. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I am not talking about like a successful assassination attempt. I'm talking about, I was looking at chat when I said that. That had nothing to do with me thinking of a successful assassination attempt. That would be bad. That would be bad for views and stuff on Twitch. So just to be clear, I'm not saying would be happy about that. Anyway, see here, Matt Saigai, you said, what, Matt Saigai? What do you want? What do you want? Okay, anyway, Liquid Alcorn, what are your thoughts on your favorite puzzle? What? Sudoku and Nonogram? They're okay, Liquid. I mean, what do you mean? They're fun. They're fun. Okay, J-Mac, don't you correct me. Matt Saigai, I'll take a look at what you sent. What'd you send, Matt Saigai? Yeah. The federal court did, in fact, blocked the blocking of mailing of mifepristone. Correct. Restricting access. So again, it's going. Well, we talked about that yesterday. Wait a minute, we already talked about that. What are we doing? Okay, God damn it, you failed, Matt Saigai. We literally talked about that yesterday or the day before. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday. All right. Yeah, already covered it, Matt Saigai. Jesus, you all suck today. All right. No, okay, that's true, Matt Saigai. Yes, what is it? The Supreme Court put a block on it or something, but that doesn't mean it won't end up going through. They still need to make a decision. Okay. You suck, Dolly boy. All right, I love you all. You're all the best. I don't mean to be mean to all of you. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Drusilla, don't cry. Don't cry, Drusilla. Don't cry. All right. It's been reinstated, Louise. I got you. Well, that article that Matt Saigai sent me was from the May 1st. So from 3 days ago. Okay. Okay. Hilarious, Mithril. Mithril says, I keep seeing that as milfapristone. I'm sure. Yeah, you disgust me, Mithril, you dirty straight person. All you straights are so degenerate. Why do you think of milfapristone when you hear mifepristone? Oh, hilarious. No. So you're not from the UK. Got you. Just curious. All right. Okay. I got you, Louise. Okay. So, such a cynical. I know. I'm an asshole, Mithril. I know. Dumb Mithril. I'm sorry. I knew that. Forgive me. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting so fucking distracted. Aren't I getting so fucking distracted? I think you can all tell I'm getting distracted. Let's see. No, I do not, Brightlove. I don't have suggestions. I would have to know what they're studying. I would have to know the content, and I'm a social studies teacher too, so I wouldn't know as well as a math teacher. So I don't have suggestions. Okay. LeQuabois, SCOTUS temporarily overturned the ban while they decide. Yes. Yeah. Yes, LeQuabois. It is, but I don't know, LeQuabois. I don't trust them. We'll see if it goes through. The king is spreading false news. Is the king spreading? They're all whatever. Yeah, probably. Okay, starting to wonder if you're right about the masochism. What masochism?
Will you ever cover? I watched a whole video, Matt Guy, until it got me copyrighted on UK News. I talked about a ship going to the UK. Okay. Jesus. All right. I sacrificed myself for the UK. I sacrificed myself. I may have gotten the copyright strike for that island. Okay. How dare you all? Okay. All right. Okay. I'll shut up. I'm joking. All right. Fine, Louise. Fine. One ship. Yeah, Louise. Okay, whatever. Look at Louise. Doesn't care about this one ship. How dare you? I hate you all. All right. Okay. Let's go on here. I'm just reading through chat, guys. Give me a second. I'm just reading what people are saying, and I'll go back to looking at videos and stuff. All right. Wambulance on the way. I hate you all. Hasanabe recognizes the UK's issues. I wish you would. Jonas, I swear to God. Okay. You're all assholes. I hate you all. Lacroix says, I don't trust them either, but I would figure that they'd let the lower courts holding stand. That's fair, Lacroix. That is possible. Okay. Yeah. Calm down, Jester. Thank you, Marzipan. Badly timed. Okay. All right. Okay. So, all right. We have a bunch of people here hyper fixated on the UK as if there isn't a war going on right now. Okay, that's affecting the whole planet. We got the UK wambulance in here. You know, oh no, you haven't talked about the UK. Ignore the war. Ignore the fact that the whole global oil market's about to collapse. Okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, whatever. Hate all of you. Matt Guy, Louise, Dolly Boy. Okay, hate all of you. Okay, I'm joking. I love you all. Okay, I'll shut up. I'm being an asshole. I'm just joking. All right. Okay, moving on. Let's see what else we got here. All right, let's go on. Let's do it. So someone just sent me. Well, thank you. Thank you for the. Oh my God. Thank you for the thank you for the contribution there, Dolly Boy. 400 bits. Stop being an American exceptionalist, paid for by the Dolly Boy call. I hate you so much, Dolly Boy. I swear to God. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go see what else we have over here to react to over on Discord. Please join our Discord. Let's see here. I gotta try to find something that won't get me copyrighted now. Jesus Christ. How dare you, Gwen, send me a clip of Hassan? That is treason. Treason to this community. Okay, what is this? Oh, God, these are all depressing. All of you are monsters. You know that? You're trying to make me depressed. Do we have anything, like, cute and short? Look at this. Sorry. Just listen to this, okay? This is a video about a Palestinian child shouting at the wall while there's shooting going on. The next one is about racist comments at a school. We have one here that's like, what's this nonsense here? About how ICE is Israel. Okay, like, do you all have any sort of sense of joy in your lives? Dear God. Okay, I'm joking. I know everything is shit. Okay, is that how you sound in bed? How dare you? What happened to Mithril? No, Mithril, I'm sorry. I'll try to find something nicer. I'll try to find something nicer to watch. Okay, here. Look. Okay, I'll find something nice. I know I'm failing as a streamer right now, but I'll need to find something nicer. All right, God damn it. Fine, I don't want to. But Jonas, this is boring, Jonas. A speech by a politician, that is so boring. Okay, like, what do you mean? Like, okay. I don't care if she's Green Party. It's gonna be boring and politician-y. Okay, it's only 8 minutes. Fine. We'll watch.
Right, we know of a mid
speech. Okay, whatever. All right, we'll do it. You're right. Jesters can't be choosers. Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. Here we go. Here's a boring speech by a Green Party person. Whatever. Okay, here we go. I'm just kidding. I'm just being an asshole. Let's watch it. So this is Hannah Spencer, who's a Green MP. All right, a Green MP. How dare you, Dolly Boy? I swear to God. A Green MP. The Green Party being the progressives in the I guess UK politics. giving a cute little speech to Parliament. So let's see what she has to say.
In the speech, can I first of all say and remind everyone there is no interruptions during this maiden speech. Anna Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 weeks ago today, I was in college.
Lacroix, I swear to God, Lacroix says, gross, a person giving a monologue. I'd never watch that, especially not on twitch.tv/casual revolt. I swear to God, Lacroix.
Learning how to plaster. And today I'm in Parliament as an MP. And being here is the honour of my life. But I don't want this to be unusual or exceptional. I truly believe that anyone doing a job like mine should get a seat on these benches. And where I'm from, we're taught to look after each other, to look out for each other, guys. To stick up for each other and to stick together, to see each other as human. And I'm so proud of that humanity, and that people in Gorton and Denton and Burnage and Levenshulme and Longsight and Abbey Hay feel that way too. It's in our blood and in our bones. We see each other as human. Where I'm from, we give...
Okay. Admittedly, that's a good start. I love that. I love that opening. Yes, we're all human. That's a big through line here on Casual Revolt, by the way. Do you like that little advertisement? Wasn't that cute, guys? I'm becoming a good PR person. Yes, we're all human, right? We're all human.
A nod to the statue of Emmeline Pankhurst. We remember the farm worker and seamstress Hannah Mitchell, the trade unionist Mary Quayle, and the mill worker Annie Kenny. And of course, Elsie Plant, who's from just down the road from me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please tell me if this is misogynist. She's adorable. Okay, like the little pink thing she's wearing, how her hair's done up that way, how that smile on her face. I don't mean adorable like attractive, because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not exactly into women sexually. I'm just saying, like, she's an like, I kind of want to like pinch her cheeks. I know that's assault. I wouldn't actually do that. Like, and be like, oh, you're just because of like how she's dressed. Yeah, she's adorable. She has like a little pink thing on. Okay, maybe I'm being misogynistic. I'm just saying, doesn't she like how she's dressed is adorable, right? Okay, I don't mean to. No, I'm not saying she's a child, but like how her hair is done and stuff, and the smile. Oh my God, I hate all of you. Whatever.
Who I named one of my beautiful greyhounds after. I think of these brilliant women a lot, and especially today as we debate International Women's Day. And I think of many others too, from pits, slums and factories. The women who changed the system so that I could be here. The women of colour whose names we will never know because history didn't bother to recognise or remember them. But we do today because
I swear to God, Outer Signal. I swear to God. Outer Signal says women in leadership positions are cute little fairy children to him. No, I am not. Okay, dear God, if this were a man and he were wearing like a cute little pink outfit and like had his hair up in a cute way. Okay, you know what? Screw all of you. I hate all of you.
Their struggle and their fight and their determination to stick together, none of this could be possible. And it's bittersweet to recognise these brilliant people, but to be reminded that we still need to try and be them. The constituency that elected me is the 15th most deprived constituency in the country. It has suffered decades of neglect and broken promises. And we see this every day right in front of us. The litter, the fly tipping, the state of housing, the struggle for a job that you can build a life on, the filthy, polluted air and the reduced life chances, the sheer unfairness of it all.
Wow.
And my constituency has been hit hard by the ongoing cost
I'm ignoring all of you.
Of living crisis. And now none of this is fair, none of this is right, and none of it happens by accident. So I very much share my predecessor's strong commitment to tackling health inequalities and putting local people and all of our communities at the heart of decision making. That's how we begin to turn things around, to give people agency and a genuine chance of a better today.
I will say, there's not many people in Parliament here, but it's kind of sad that there aren't as many people cheering for these points. You heard a few people go here, but like you don't hear exactly thunderous applause when she's like, these are the things we need to start address. Okay. Level 269, don't worry, level 269. I would never ignore you because you're not a traitor yet, 269. But as soon as you betray me, I will ignore you so much.
Better tomorrow. And to the girls who I saw photos of, who went to school on International Women's Day dressed as Hannah the plumber in their overalls, spanners and trademark hair. To the 10-year-old boy at Hideout who rock climbed an incredibly high wall with me and who saw me suddenly become very terrified of how far up I was, and who said to me, "Don't ever give up, and if it's scary looking down, then just look at what's in front of you." To the women in my life who've had my back, who've fought for equality alongside me.
Yes.
And to the men that I work with, especially
I love how she's focusing on empathy. You know, I love the empathy aspect of this.
the lads on my plastering course who dealt with my newfound spotlight in the middle of our training very well. But those men who will suffer the effects of this unequal society through their mental health. To the veterans I know who were willing to risk everything and come home and find that society was turning its back on them. To the white working classes who are always lumped into one group and never appreciated. To everyone who will have nowhere to sleep tonight or will barely exist in a cold, damp and insecure home. To my trans siblings who get blamed for everything. To the Muslims everywhere who are constantly and often violently scapegoated. To the disabled people who can't access the world because of structural inequality that is completely fixable.
Nice.
To the people of colour who have to work harder at everything. I don't always get it. I won't say I always understand it. But what I do know is what it feels like to be looked down on, to be let down and left behind, to be less worthy because of something about me. And our struggles may be different, but our humanity is the same. We always stick together, we always fight for each other, and that is what I want us to take forward from International Women's
Philly Cheese, you've told me. Philly Cheese, send me a private message in Discord, and then I'll remember to allow you to do it, okay?
Day.
Just don't tell anyone.
To do that.
Even though I just told everyone.
Every single day. The cleaners, the bus drivers, the nursery workers, the foster carers, the home carers, the unpaid carers, the teaching assistants, the bin collectors, the warehouse workers, the delivery drivers, the school dinner staff, the lollipop wardens, the supermarket workers, the posties, the library staff, the kitchen porters, the farm workers, the mechanics, the ground workers, the scaffolders, the electricians, the plasterers and the plumbers. We deserve to be here, every single one of us. And I will make space for you to come and join me, to get to have your say. And from the bustle of Longsight Market to the many Irish pubs in Levy, Sue's Chippy and Tony at California Wines in Gorton, the amazing young
she's mentioning the Irish in Parliament?
people at Hideout, the best hash brown butty at Cafe Plus in Denton, and the women-led social enterprise at Dahlia Cafe on Burnage Lane. You are the best of our brilliant communities. I want to put Gorton and Denton on the map by championing the positives about our community. The spirit, the warmth, the grit, and the way that we help each other out every single day. Whether that's our neighbours where we live or our siblings in places like Afghanistan, Gaza, Sudan, Iran, wherever we are, we deserve to live freely as the human beings that we all are. We do things differently in Manchester, and it makes me proud every single day. And now I want to make Abbey Hay, Levenshulme, Burnage, Longsight, Gorton and Denton proud of me. Thank you so much for putting your faith in this plumber and newly qualified plasterer. Together we can make hope normal again, and we will look after each other, whoever we are, because where I'm from, that is just what we do. Thank you.
That was cute. That was cute. All right. That was cute. That was cute. Okay. Thank you, guys. So that's Hannah Spencer. Was she the first MP there? Was that the first MP there? The first Green MP in Parliament? Yeah, I don't. I've heard, Mithro, that there's a lot of that in the UK, like regional loyalty and stuff. Maybe from what I've heard, like town loyalty, county loyalty, which is, I think, is really cool. All right. So, well, 1 second. So, oh my God, look, Donald Trump popped up. Apparently, he's live. 1 second.
President Andrew Seville, who I think maybe is here. Andrew, are you here someplace? Where are you, Andrew?
Okay, it's just bullshit. Anyway, this is live apparently. But Louise, no, that was her maiden speech as maiden speech. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Fascinating. Okay. So no, this is not bullshit live. This is actual live. Okay. This is actual live, Matt. Like this is the AP. It started streaming 2 hours ago. So this is actual live, but it doesn't look like he's saying anything interesting because, when does he? Okay, I know. I know. Hey, it just popped up, but I was just seeing it. Is it like, did something happen or is he just rambling?
Want to say something? He's so got.
Matt Saiga, I swear to God, Matt Saiga, I swear to God.
He really understood what was happening, and I think it would be nice. You weren't supposed to speak, so I hope you're not nervous.
Okay, well, I don't care. I really don't care what he has to say. Regardless, okay, let's see what else we got here to react to. Okay. Fine. God damn it, Outer Signal. Outer Signal, everyone keeps asking me to talk about the red button, blue button conundrum. Okay? Is this like, I know it's like a thing now, isn't it? It's like a thing that everyone's talking about.
So
What
this
it
is
called?
red.
It's like a, a thing. It's like a meme type thing. All right. If like everyone in the world has to take a private vote on okay, fine. God damn it. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's get it over with. Jesus Christ. Everyone's going to keep asking me about it anyway. All right. So let's do an experiment, folks. Let's do an experiment. All right. Let's just watch this bullshit and then we can talk about it. Okay.
Blue button debate. It's been around on the internet before, but it was recently posed by Tim Urban of Wait But Why on Twitter. And it goes as follows. Everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? A poll is conducted. You press red, you press blue. You press blue and everyone survives if a majority cooperates, or you press red and guarantee your own survival, but obviously risk collective disaster. Although the red button pressers don't seem to recognize that risk, but we'll get to that. So this large-scale coordination dilemma has been posed across social media platforms. I'm no longer on Twitter, but I've seen it on the other social media platforms, and everywhere that I have...
Trump failed.
Right,
I'm sorry. Trump failed. Why are you always trying to start fights with people in the chat? Okay? Leave Jane Elway alone. All right, Trump failed? Go over to the Discord and start a fight with someone. Okay? That's what, go to the debate channel, yell at someone, okay? How dare you, Trump failed?
So this is
Look,
red in a
I went
Jack Saint
back.
video,
Okay, fine.
actually. So if more than... So red voters see themselves as realistic.
Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Okay, you know what? This is how it works, guys. I don't know which button is which, whatever. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, okay? If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives, okay? If less than 50% press blue, only the red voters survive, right? So the issue here, guys, is that if you push the red button, you are certain to survive, but everyone who didn't dies, okay? So, I mean, what's the what would be the right chance? Well, obviously, if everyone should try to push the blue button, but we all know how shitty the world is, don't we? Okay, so God knows what'll happen if a lot of people end up pressing the red button. I will say this though. I suspect, this is my dark opinion on this. I suspect that most people are too dumb. Okay, sorry, that's a bad way of phrasing it. Let me rephrase this one. Let me rephrase it this way, okay? I suspect most people won't take the time to actually think this through, and they will push the blue button, okay? Because they're not going to think one step ahead of hearing, well, if everyone above 50, presses that button, then everyone survives. So I suspect most people would press the red button. And because we're talking about the whole world here, right? Not everyone, this is going to be on the if it's on the internet or something, people aren't necessarily going to aren't going to be able to think that through that hard. They're probably going to press the blue button. So I'd probably press the blue button because I do think it's likely that would succeed. Now, we could take a dark example. I could think about it in a more positive light, I guess, and assume that people will actually think it through enough to press to what it would mean to do that. And I think if people did think it through, they would be selfish and they'd probably press the red button. I don't think a lot of people would end up pressing the. So yes, if people had the capacity for thinking deeply about these things, which I don't think they will because of the internet age, especially if this is done over the internet, people won't think much about it. Okay, I sound like I'm demonizing everyone in the world, but do you see what I mean? You get what I mean, okay? So anyway, that's my whole thing. Okay, I think I would press blue if I would press blue because I suspect people would press that one. And I'm saying that as a teacher because I know how people think. Pressing blue is a more simpler thought process than pressing red. Isn't that kind of a weird way to put it? But that's my thought. Okay, right. You want a green button? So there, done. We happy? We happy with it? That's my perception. Okay, you don't see color. Hilarious. Yeah, press blue no matter what. Are you going to tell us what you're gonna do for the trolley problem next? No, I could, LaCroix. I do, right? I could tell you that. Okay, I could tell you that. But I'm not. All right. Right, blue button. If there was a white button which ensured everyone forgot their trauma and pain and immediately returned to the source, I would press that button. What do you mean Oh, you mean the source? What do you mean by the source? What's the source? Okay, thank you, Outer Signal. I love you, Outer Signal. You know I'm just being an asshole, okay? All right, so yes, that's my answer. Okay, that's my answer. Okay, and guys, I got to tell you, because I've actually followed this this meme. A lot of people who say they're going to press the red button only do it after other people have told them, well, this is what will happen if you press the red button. See how you're safe no matter what? If people had to think of that themselves, they probably wouldn't, right? Like, I can imagine most Americans wouldn't be able to think that deeply about it. Anyway, that's my positive view of humanity and our intelligence. Whatever. Okay, moving on. Okay, let's go on. Look, I'm laughing at myself. I'm so funny. Okay. First of all, guys, I'm going to sit down. I need to sit down. I agree. We need a recess. Well, give me a second here. Base level. Let's see here. 1 second here. Okay, give me a second. Ugh. Yes, and I know I'm being an asshole to the community anyways. Okay, I'm being an asshole to the whole community today, all right? Thank you, Jonas. If you were really in the Matrix, would you want to be unplugged? Yes. And I'm not saying that to be overly, like, 1 second. Wait while I sit down and the thing. Okay, so to answer your question there, Jonas, to answer your question, if you were really in the Matrix, would you want to be unplugged? I would be. That's my issue, though, guys. I do not like being misled. Am obsessed. I don't know if you guys noticed. It's like a pet peeve of mine. I do not like being misled. I do not like being propagandized to. I do not like being lied to. I would much rather live in reality than live in a fantasy world. That being said, I do not blame people who would want to stay connected to the Matrix, okay? And occasionally I'm like, oh my God, I wish I was still connected to the Matrix. You know, not the literal Matrix, but knowing the reality of the world. You see what I mean? But yes, I would if there was a real Matrix, I would definitely want to be unplugged from it. I just don't like being lied to. It's like a pet peeve of mine. It might be a flaw of my me personally, okay? Jonas, I'm eating juicy steaks with Cypher while CR is doing musty, sweaty raves. Oh, that sounds fun to me, Outer Signal, though. That's exactly why I want to do it. Because I want to be in those musty, sexy raves down in Zion, okay? Absolutely. Okay? Anyway, okay. So, we got that. Okay. All right. So, Matt Saga, have you never seen The Matrix? Have you literally you've never seen The Matrix? What is wrong with you, Matt Saigai? You love movies and shows, but you haven't seen The Matrix. Matt Saigai. Everyone humiliate Matt Saigai. He has never seen The Matrix. Matt Saigai, to be a good lefty, you have to see The Matrix. Okay, Paul Squaw, I hate you. I hate you. Okay? Shame on you, Matt Saigai. Go watch it. Go watch The Matrix. Okay? Jesus Christ. I'm not going to calm down, Sir Bart. Okay? I'm going to freak out. Okay? God. Anyway, moving on. Okay, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Let's go on. Let's see here. What else we got here? Everyone needs to see The Matrix. If you don't watch it, you're not allowed on the streams anymore. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, so I do have some things to show you. At least I can show you. Let's do that first. Boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-doop-boo. Seriously, yeah, you need to watch The Matrix. All right, let me just quickly find here. I had another video to show you guys. There you go, Sylvia. I agree, right?
Why is Blackstone targeting New Mexico's electricity?
It's really good, even though the graphics are kind of out of date. Like, the fight scenes are really cool. It's also very, very, are very good. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it's extremely good. No one this time. The source in ancient human term and in my human term means all that which we came from, in which we all are all trying to understand. Some call it God, some call it Mother Nature. Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's like a source. I think there's just nature. Like, I don't think there's like some. But that's fair. That's an interesting way of putting it. Okay. We have people in here who are I don't know, what do you call it? Who believe things like that? I don't know how to phrase it. Okay. All right. So let's go on. This is just as born as an Mayflower Kid. I'm gonna make dinner. This is just a yelling stream now. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? Okay, it's not a good CR stream unless there's yelling. All right. Okay. What I wanted to show. You know what? I don't know. I can't find. You know what? Let's play a game, guys. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. Yeah, Outer Signal. Yeah, by the way, The Matrix was written by two trans women for sure. Okay. Okay. So let's watch something. Let's play a game. I'm in the mood for a game. Okay. Let's play Food Guesser. Let's do some Food Guesser, shall we? For those who don't know, occasionally when you know, we will play games on the stream just for fun because we can. Okay? And I'm in the mood to play a game, so let's play a game. All right. Dailies. All right. Let's do this. Let's do a free play. So this is how we're going to do this, guys. When's the next time you're going to do a late night stream listening to music? Ooh, Jonas, maybe we could do that tomorrow, or we could do that on Saturday, or maybe Friday. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Okay, we'll think about it. I'll do it soon. Let's do it that way. What, Matt Saigai? What's wrong? Okay, so this says, think of the source as an existence which we all know, yet all cultures name it differently. Whatever came before stardust and cosmic realities. Okay, well, if that's the case, then how do we know if people would want to press that button? Because different people have different ideas of the source, right? Like, to me, the source is just nature, but there's nothing like, you see what I mean? Like, how would you, everyone would have a different view of the source, right? I don't, well, it's something we could talk about it. Okay, so let's guess, guys. What is this from? This is how we do this, guys. As a community, we have to get gastronomical genius, or I will lose my goddamn mind. I will lose my goddamn mind if we do not gastronomical genius, and I will yell at all of you and blame you and scapegoat all of you for the failure. Okay, so you're gonna have to help me. We get 5 guesses. We have to guess what country this dish comes from. Every time we guess, it'll tell us how close we are based off temperature. If it's a country close to the right country, we'll get very hot. If it's a very far away country, we'll get very cold. And everything in between. Okay, so we will over time figure out what these countries are. So this dish has duck, tucupi, jambu, garlic, onion, chicory, salt, pepper, cassava root, manioc flour, cilantro, bay leaf.
Ooh, I don't know what manioc root is. This actually might be from cassava root. Sounds like Africa, doesn't it? Somewhere in Africa, Central Africa, maybe. Isn't cassava root typically? I could be getting this mixed up. I don't know what manioc flour is, and also what's jambu? Jambu or tukupi? Anyone know what those are? Anyone? I have no fucking idea. Okay, I'm gonna need some help, and I'm not getting any help right now. But you know why? Because Matt Saigai's just randomly naming countries, okay, just to piss me off, and so I don't know. Yeah, sounds right. Never heard. Okay, British Virgin. You're just making shit up, Matt Saigai. Okay, fine. I'm gonna say that this is from Ghana. Why not? Ghana. Let's just try Ghana, and let's see if we're even close. The Vatican? I hate you so much, Sir Bart. Okay. No, it's cold. Southwest of Ghana. Maybe it's Brazil. Yep, Brazil. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong about that. It's Patu no Tukupi. Yay! I hate all of you, by the way. No, you weren't. I was right. So I was the right one. All of you failed miserably, and I'm humiliated for you. Okay, I'm humiliated for you. This is why you watch me, because look at how right I am compared to the rest of you. That was a shameful display. Okay, work better as a community. We will fail together if we do not succeed together, okay? This is a communist commune, even though I'm a dictator. Okay, yeah, Mithril got it late. Okay, Mithril, I already said Brazil when it popped up on the screen, so I don't agree with Mithril. Mithril was wrong, okay? All right, moving on. This one looks delicious. This is, I believe, tiramisu. You're not into food like that? Well, then you better work on that, Eleni. Okay, thanks, Louise. Great. South America really narrows it down for me. Thank you. So this is definitely tiramisu, right? This is definitely tiramisu. Okay? You can tell because it has lady fingers in it. I suspect that that this should be that this should be Italy, right? Italy. Yes, it's Italy. Stop saying what? Stop saying what, LaCroix? Stop saying what? Okay. Tiramisu. Tiramisu. What did I say wrong? Tiramisu. Okay. Oh, wait. What am I doing? I need to write Italy, not tiramisu. God damn it. Italy. Italy. Whatever. My brain isn't functioning. No, it's not. What? What? I have no idea what it is. It's France? You call me a Dumbo? You're a Dumbo. Okay. What, lady fingers? Is that what people don't like? They don't like the phrase lady fingers? Why? What's so bad about lady fingers? Okay, all right. So, let's see here. All right. Fuck the US. Oh my god, I keep forgetting. I need to get back to Roshi. I keep saying I'm going to do a presentation about Roshi sent me some cool stuff about like radical right-wing groups in the United States, and I keep forgetting to present on it. Okay, remind me for tomorrow. I'm going to present on it. All right. Can you imagine Italians making anything this good? Yes, of course I can. Where do we think it's from, guys? I don't know where it's from. France? No, it can't be France. It's ice cold. You know what? I'm not going to listen to any of you anymore. I don't. That's it. I'm not going to listen to any of you anymore. It says it's southwest of Italy and it's ice cold. Okay, it has to be somewhere not France. Okay, southwest of Italy and ice cold. It is not. I swear to God, I'm going to try Brazil again. I don't care. Brazil. Oh, wow. Who would have thought that I was right again, that it's Brazil? And all of you failed miserably again. You know what? I swear to God. Okay, this is waste of my time. Goddamn waste of my time. Okay, this all right, whatever. This is pave. All right, pave. All right.
Next round. Anyway, guys, so please. Oh, God, you're actually here, Roshi. Hello, Roshi. I need to remind me to present tomorrow on like the 3%ers and shit like that. Not the 3%ers, but all these right-wing militia groups which are doing some scary shit. Okay. You wrote tiramisu as a name. I hate you, Dolly Boy. I hate you all. I hate you all. Okay, this is I don't know what this is. This dish is a creamy fermented dairy product similar to yogurt. It is made by fermenting milk with a specific bacterial culture, giving it a tangy flavor and a smooth texture. Known for its probiotic benefits, it is often enjoyed on its own, paired with fruits or honey, or used as a base in soups and salads. Boasts a rich tradition of home preparation using natural ingredients. And all it is milk and yogurt starter. What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, you think really? Do we think it's Turkey? You know what? There's other images here. Oh, wait. That does not look Turkish, folks. Oh my God, please. No, please don't tell me no, it can't be. Wait a minute. What is that? Oh, for a second there, I thought it was Hebrew. Oh my God, I don't want to have an Israel one. Okay, what is this? Okay, don't you dare. Okay, let's try it. Let's try, what do we think? Like, Russia? I'm going to try Russia. Okay. Oh, it borders Russia. We'll try Belarus. Someone else mentioned Belarus. But that's a lot of countries that border Russia, so we'll try Belarus. No? Southeast of Russia. Is this Georgia? Armenia? What do we think? Mongolia? Really? What is this language? It doesn't quite look like Cyrillic. Azerbaijan, Mongolia. Matsoni is Armenia. Okay, you know what? We'll try. I don't know. Armenia. We could do Armenia. We'll try Armenia. So it's bordering Russia, by the way. So I'm going to say Mongolia. Okay, we'll try Mongolia. Fine, we'll try Mongolia. Though I'm pretty sure Mongolia doesn't have that language, but we'll try it anyway. Nope. This is not easy. Kazakhstan? Okay, we'll try Kazakhstan. Okay, fine. We'll try Armenia. I don't think Armenia borders Russia, though. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Actually, I know it doesn't. You think it's Kazakhstan? Okay, fine. We'll try Kazakhstan. All right. This is a hard one. No, we are warm, though. It's to the southwest of Kazakhstan. Southwest of Kazakhstan. All right. Don't you laugh. No one. Okay. Moldova does. Could be Georgia. We could try Georgia. Let's try Georgia. Georgia does also border it. Yes. Yay. Okay. Oh my God. This is why. Okay. You guys didn't do bad. Okay. You didn't do badly. All right. You didn't do badly. I mean, you did pretty badly, but not that badly. It was Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. So it would have been Armenia, but I guess that makes sense because sometimes it does list places that aren't directly on the border because it lies to us. Okay, it lies to us. I know a lot of you are right. I'm going to give everyone a boop collectively. Boop. You all get a collective boop. You all get a collective boop. All right? And I apologize to all of you for my rudeness. Okay? I apologize to all of you for my rudeness. Okay? I don't really apologize, and I suspect that I'm going to be mean to you still, but thank you for not totally fucking it up this time, okay? Good job. All right, let's look at this. Oh, well, this is obvious. This is... Well, maybe not.
This this is Japan, right? This has to be Japan. Yeah, this is totally Japan. We don't even have to look at this. Like, this is obviously Japan. Okay? This is obviously Japan. It is not Nippon, Matt Saigai. It's Japan, even though Nippon is Japan. Whatever. Okay, so we'll do Japan. Okay, we'll do Japan. Japan. There you go. That was easy. Oseki. I've never heard of it. That looks adorable, though. Yeah, Matt Saigai's being an asshole by saying Nippon or whatever, and he's probably going to be like, "You're racist, Sam. You're racist because you didn't use the word Nippon instead of Japan or some shit." Okay, that'll be what Matt Saigai does. All right. So this is there we go. He's doing it now. There we go. Doing it. Okay, doing it right now as we speak. All right. So we get this is Oseki. Okay, Oseki. I've never had it. It looks delicious. Love Japanese food. Let's go to the next one. All right, this, oh my God, I don't know what that is. Wait a minute. Okay, poblano peppers, cheese, eggs, flour, tomato sauce, onion, garlic, vegetable oil, salt, pepper, ground beef, chorizo, oof, raisins, almonds, rice, oof, oof. Is this a, what I think it is? Is this a, what are they called? I'm guessing Mexico, right? I'm almost certain it's Mexico. That's right. Thank you, Philly cheese. A chili relleno. It looks like a chili relleno. Okay, let me try a we'll try Mexico. I think most of you said Mexico. There we go. Yay. All right. That wasn't bad. Okay. Oh, look. Mayflower Kid is back. Ooh, Mayflower Kid was like, "I'm leaving. This is just yelling. I hate this community and I'm going to leave and I'm going to abandon them." But she's back. She's back. She couldn't stay away forever, could you, Mayflower Kid? Okay. Yeah, you can yell, but you'll always come back anyway. Anyway. All right. Let's go on. God, I sound like a fucking cult leader, don't I? Let's go on. So we did it. We got Gastronomical Genius, guys. Yay. I'm proud of all of you, even though without me, you wouldn't have succeeded because I got like 2 of those right without any of your help. So you all better work on it. Work on this a bit better. Okay. Thank you, Oxpecker. So what else here? My dinner is cooking. Good, Mayflower Kid. I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad. All right. What's this? Traveling entertainer. Lacroix. He's an asshole for saying the actual name of the country instead of the dumb. I can't stand all of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's play a different game. Let's try, I don't know. We could try GeoGuessr. Let's try GeoGuessr. We'll just do GeoGuessr briefly. Yeah, Relano. I'm from Ohio. Okay, I have to have a little bit of backwoods country hick when I speak. Okay, I know that's how you all view it. You're like, you're a backwoods country hick. You say Relano. Whatever. I'm from Ohio. You got to live with it. Okay. By the way, there's nothing wrong with being like working class. Okay. Jesus, I hate you all. All right, hate you all so much. Please stop screaming. Why, Sir Bart? Why should I stop screaming? Okay. All right. Let's go on here. Let's go to let's go here. This is gonna be GeoGuessr. Let's do GeoGuessr. What is it called? It is called no, what's the other one? OpenGuessr. OpenGuessr, not GeoGuessr. Okay, you have a terrible accent. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. All right, let's see here. I don't see the point in eating food when it just becomes poop later. Hilarious, Dodongo. God, I can't stand you, Dodongo. You infuriate me. All right. Okay. So here we go. Oh, wow. This is the USA because it says US 212. Where do we think we are in the world? And I hope the music comes on. I need cute music to calm me down after being angry at all of you. Where's my cute music? Sorry, one second, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm dealing with a family thing. That's why I'm looking. So let's see here. What do we think? Of course, don't worry, Worship. I'll present on it very soon, okay? We think it's near Canada? It almost certainly is. US 212. So probably, I'm guessing, I don't know, Alaska or some shit. This looks very Alaskan, doesn't it? Really? Wyoming? Okay, fine. We'll go over to Wyoming. Ooh, Montana. So you think Wyoming or Montana? Let's do this. Let's try Wyoming. Let's try Wyoming. I don't want to have to find which road this is specifically because I'm a lazy piece of shit. So let's see if there's like, there it is, 212. Okay, perfect, 212. There it is, we found it, done. Okay, there, done, guess. Yay, we were only 104 kilometers out. That wasn't bad. Yay, we did it. Yay, I'm so proud of us. Yay. Yay, 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 yay. It sounds good to me. Okay, we did well. Let's go to the next one. This is, thank you, Outer Signal, thank you. I'm not proud of you, Paul Squine, and I never will be. This is, let's see here. This is, somewhere, probably in South America or Central America. This looks like Spanish. Water, the water house, agua. Well, no, Sir Bart, it is not Taiwan. What the fuck are you talking about? No, it's not Korea. What is wrong with you people? Okay, anyway, everyone like the music? Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute? Do you like the music? Aw. All right, where do we think this is? Okay, this is Dileas. I don't know where this is. You think it's Spain? I don't think it's Spain. Honestly, this sounds like I'm stereotyping, but there's a lot of poverty here. It's less likely to be Spain. Okay, but there's a lot of poverty. I think it's less likely to be Spain on that regard. All right, don't we love the music? It's so cute. No, Matt Saigai, I know. It's just, I know I'm slightly, let's put it this way. How dare you all? I'm just saying, barbacoa also sounds like Mexico, okay? There you go. There's further proof. Okay? Okay, you know what? Let's see here. Let's guess, guys. I'm going to guess. Look at these trees. This is Mexico. We're going to go Mexico. Mexico. We're going to go Mexico. We're going to go right in the middle of Mexico. All right, let's watch. Let's see what this is true. Oh, God damn it. Okay, well, it was Mexico, but it was in, I can't pronounce it. God, whatever. Juarez. It's in Ciudad Juarez, okay? Ciudad whatever. Juarez, okay? It's cute. Whatever, it's cute. So that's good. Which is right on the border, by the way. Right on the border with Ciudad Juarez, okay? This is right. It's right on the border with El Paso. Okay, yes, LOL. All right. Same difference. You know what? I hate all of you. It's fine. I hate you all. He has to mispronounce Spanish because he's from Ohio. Look, I hate you so much. Whatever. War ass. I hate you, Drusilla. Whatever. Next one here. Next one. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. And look, guys, I was right, wasn't I? So shame on all of you. This is Colorado. What is this? CO Road? I don't know what that means. CO Road? What is that? Is that Colorado or something? Colorado Road? LaQuad, does this look like it's near you? Like, it doesn't really look like Colorado to me. What is CO Road? County Line Road? Like, I don't know. You think it's Kenya? Is that what CO means, Matt Saigai? I doubt that's what that means. There's a sign there. No passing. I don't think it's the Congo. I don't think it's the Congo. I think it's Colorado. But, like, it does look kind of not Colorado-y. I don't know. Oh, it means county road. So it probably... No problem, Drusilla. So it probably... You know, they always... So many America things, okay? So... it does look really...
boring. All right, this is getting too political. How dare you, Sir Bart? The road lines feel Ghanaian? Really? Now, wait a minute. There's a little van. Cute little van here. Apparently, they ride next to each other on these roads. Is this van like... Okay. No, it doesn't really tell us much, does it? You think it's Colorado? If I don't put the Congo, I'm racist. This is not the Congo, dear God. Okay, I don't see rainforest anywhere. I don't see... Oh, God, I swear to God. All right. County Line Road. I don't know where this is, guys. This is flat, like so flat it'll give you a nosebleed. We can't check the license plate, guys. They're always blocked out. Okay, let's go. Let's just take a guess here. I am guessing that this is the United States. It might be Southern Colorado. We can try Southern Colorado. Okay, I don't think it is, but we'll find out. Okay, Southern Colorado, whatever. Let's go here. Yeah, left. Okay, well, yeah, well, technically we were close. It was Nebraska. It was, what does the fox say? Okay, I'm sorry. I know that probably traumatized people, and I'm not that good at it. So that was not Colorado. It was Nebraska. It was Nebraska. Okay, whatever. I hate you, Massaga. I try my best at making the noise. That was Nebraska, which it did very much look like Nebraska, so I'm not terribly surprised. Continue. This looks like... I don't know. I don't know. I am tempted... No, wait, wait 1 second here. No, I'm not tempted to say it's that country because I don't know. It says RP220. RP220. Well... That looks some semi-tropical, at least. Put New York or you're racist? How dare you, okay? All right. So these trees are interesting. Huh. I just want to see a language or some shit. This is not helping me out much here. Just a teaspoon of cultural appropriation makes the medicine go down. It is not Seychelles. It is not Seychelles. Jonas, I swear to God. That's true. It could be South Africa. It could be, actually. You think it's the Philippines? Maybe it is Philippines, Barbara. Actually, that would make sense. There's a palm tree. Maybe this is the Philippines. It could also be Vietnam. Someone mentioned Vietnam. Can we just find like a language or something? Or is this a place that has no languages, you know? Like, what? It's not Somalia. It is not Somalia. Okay, fine. Jesus. It's not Mogadishu. I swear to God. Okay. I have no idea, guys. This is not helping. I kind of want to put Brazil just because it looks like it could be Brazil, and Brazil's massive. I don't goddamn know where this is. Like, we're not getting any help here. It's all trees everywhere. This is why we need to just destroy the entire environment. Can we, like, have roads and, like, buildings everywhere? All these trees are getting in the way of me winning this game. Maybe we could drop Agent Orange and all of this. That would kill all this plants really easily. Then we could be able to see everything. Oh, what's that? Okay, shall we racially profile, folks? Let's see. Well, I don't know, like, is there any... Oh. America, it says. So I would guess that this actually might be Brazil. This might actually be Brazil. It's not Shanghai, I swear to God. Let's try Brazil. I'm going to try Brazil. I don't care. I'm ignoring you. I'm ignoring all of you. We're trying Brazil. RP. Anything here looks like it could be RP.
Okay, you know what? We'll try down here. This looks kind of cute. We'll try right here. Yes. Oh, okay. You know what? Again, this is why you all watch, because I was close to being right. I wasn't entirely right. It was Paraguay, but it was very close to Brazil, right? Look at that. We were only 1,500 kilometers out. So, thank you, Outer Signal. Thank you. So for all you people there screaming at me that it's Africa or whatever, okay? No, it's not, okay? And by the way, Africa's a big continent. You can't just say Africa, okay? There are multiple places in Africa. That doesn't help me much, all right? Okay, so being clear, I did a good job there. I give myself a pat on the back. I get a boop. Boop. All right. Okay. What the fuck? What is this, Aquaman's realm? Like, what is this nonsense? Okay, like, I don't know. Is this Australia? Is this Atlantis? Okay, you know, this might be Australia. Is this the Great Barrier Reef? It might actually be the coast of India. Like, I don't know. Are there coral reefs off the coast of India? There's some brain stuff. You think it has New Zealand vibes? I guess I did drop GeoGuessr in the ocean. It's Bikini Bottom? Hello, by the way, Inverted Panda. Welcome back, okay? Welcome back to the stream. I hope you got a good mental health break after watching me for long enough. You probably needed one. Okay, so let's go here. This is, let's see here. I don't know. You think it's the Andaman? Is it really? Do you think it's literally in the Andamans? Now, Matt Saigai, if you're wrong, I will be enraged, okay? How dare you know when this... Of course, okay, of course. Arctic Ocean, it's Bikini Bottom. I don't know where it is. Well, because I'm, I don't know, I will say... Jesus, okay. Yeah, let's try the Great Barrier Reef. I would just assume that's what it is because everyone knows the Great Barrier Reef. So I'm going to try Australia. I could be wrong, though. There are barrier reefs all over the place. Okay? There are reefs all over the goddamn place. So the Great Barrier Reef's down here, right? And this isn't going to help me much. Cape Range National Park is like where... It's like up here, right? Oh, it's the other side? Forgive me. I don't know what I'm thinking. All right. Sunshine Coast. It's right over here, right? Why can't I remember where exactly the Barrier Reef is? Oh, right around here. Here it is. It's right here, right? It's right around here. Because that's it in the water, right? That's it. Right there. Okay, so we'll go there. Boop. So we'll try here. All right. Yes. Okay, well, you know. You win some, you lose some. You win some, you lose some. Hey, you know what? I'm proud of myself. It was in the Pacific Ocean. It was in the Pacific Ocean, right? I guess. But, of course, it was we were only about, you know, 5,000 kilometers away. That's not that bad. That wasn't that bad. Okay, moving on. Moving on. No, Matt Saiga, you said the Andaman Islands. Okay, you're a liar, Matt Saiga. You're a dirty liar. All right? Okay, I'm about to boop on the toilet while smoking a joint of boopy. Hey, more power to you, no one. This is me, all right? Join the club. I think Sir Bart's probably blasted out of his mind at this point, too. Which is probably why he couldn't take me yelling, because, you know, his senses are a bit on edge right now. So this looks like... I don't know where this is. Is this Ireland? This kind of looks Irish, doesn't it? Hilarious. Invalid axiom also. Okay, this looks like, it's not LA, Matt Saiga. Is this Ireland, guys? Am I being stupid by thinking it's Ireland? It looks kind of Irish. All these little all these stone walls. Or is it too dry for Ireland? You think it's Scotland? I don't think it's Scotland, Barbara. Doesn't look that Scottish to me. I think we might need more mountains or some shit. You think it's England? It could be England. It actually literally could be England. Huh. Okay. I don't know. I literally don't know. Let's just try England. Let's try England. Let's try England. I don't know where the fuck this is. Okay, I don't care. Let's just do England. Let's plop it right in the middle of England, or like right there. Is that good? Does that work for everyone? I'm just gonna plop it right in the middle of England, right? And what's the difference? There's not much of a difference between Ireland and England, right? Sorry, I didn't actually say that. I didn't actually say that. Don't kill me. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Goose. Don't you dare clip that. Don't you dare clip that. Don't anyone dare clip that, okay? Please. I'm regretting it already. I am regretting it already. Okay, I know I'm an asshole. I shouldn't. Okay, whatever. No one heard it. No one heard it, okay? Dolly Boy, don't make me make comments about Scotland now, too. Okay. Let's guess. Let's guess. Well, okay, it was southern Italy. Close enough, right? Close enough. Close enough. It was southern Italy. Whatever, fine. Okay, that was only almost 2,000 kilometers away. At least it wasn't as bad as the last one. Okay, whatever. Let's try the next one. That was humiliating. We're going to forget that I never said anything, okay? That never happened. Let's go on here. This is, okay, this says, I don't know where this is. This could be, the fuck if I know, okay? This, okay, Jose Gilson Gomez da Silva Desportista. Liberty over everything. Interesting. I'm trying to Palmaris? Oh, Palmera. Palmaris. Fascinating. Is this is Portuguese, right? This actually isn't Spanish. Am I right about that, guys? Sometimes I have trouble telling the difference between Portuguese and Spanish. This is actually Portuguese, right? Yeah, I think so, Outer Signal. I think Palmeiras is Brazil, right? Okay, you know what? We'll try Brazil. We'll try Palmeiras, Brazil. It's a state, isn't it? I can't remember if it's a state or a... I can't remember where it is, though. Palmeiras. I just like saying Palmeiras. Okay. I literally have no idea where this is here. You know what? I'm just gonna throw it right in the center. Really? Palmeiras? Okay, so it could be it actually could be Portugal. I feel like, I don't know. I thought isn't there an island? There might be an island over near Portugal that I thought was, oh, I'm thinking Palma, not Palmeiras. I'm an idiot. I'm a goddamn idiot. Yeah. Okay, we'll try. I'm just gonna plop it right in the middle. I'm gonna plop it right in the middle of Brazil because I don't fucking know. Okay, let's do it. Guess. Okay, yeah, okay. You know what? That wasn't bad. Now, Brazil's a big place. We were right that it was Brazil. It's a big place, so it's hard to know for sure where to place things. So it's not that bad. We're 1,500 kilometers out. That's not too bad, right? That's not too bad at all. All right, let's go on. Let's do one more here. One more. Well, this is the United States. Okay, dear God. They have an American bias, don't they? Jesus. Just like this stream, right? UKers are gonna bang an American bias. Okay, whatever. So here we go. We got, if I don't say India, I'm a racist. How dare you? Okay. You think it's Virginia? Okay. Do we think, really? You think Virginia? Yeah, it is Mayflower, kid. It is. Okay, it is acceptable. Okay. Cornerstone Christian Fellowship. I feel like I've seen this area before. Oh! That is Rhine. Okay, this might be Indiana. This might literally be Indiana. Are you here, Demosthenes? Okay, I swear to God. Dolly boy. Okay. This I think might be Indiana because Rhine, what is it called? Rheingold or whatever it is. It's a brewery in Indiana, and I saw their logo. Oh, well, you definitely know it's America. Look at this, guys. Gun World. Oh, wow. Whoa, I would bet this is America. Again, I'm glad that we can't actually hear what's happening because that would be a dead giveaway that it's America. We could hear gunfire in the distance. But, there we got a nice little gun shop right here. This is a classic any American town. Hilliard, you've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. This is not... I'm sorry, guys, I'm freaking out. Because if this is where I think it is, it's literally right down the street from me. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? I should have known what this was immediately, but apparently I'm a bit slow, okay? No wonder I recognized... Is this really where I think this is? Oh, come on. This can't be. That would be so funny if it was. Oh, well, maybe not. Yeah, oh my God, it is. That's the Ohio flag. Oh my God, this is literally right near me. I'm not doxing myself. Don't worry, guys. I'm not doxing myself. It is not, this is not like where I live, but I'm very close to this place. Let's put it that way, okay? You guys already knew I'm near Columbus, Ohio, but like, oh my God, this is so funny. Okay. I'm sorry. Old Hilliard. Oh my God, this is Hilliard. All right. It's funny because, okay, I'm sorry. I am, this is funny, right? But this is funny because there's actually like a barber shop here that I used to go to like a long time ago. I don't know. I might not be the exact same place, regardless. Anyway, let's take a look here. So if I'm right, and no, this is not where I live, okay? This is not like right where I live, folks. I live near here, okay? It's not like you know where I live. So you see here that, let's see here, there's Powell. So Hilliard is over here. Ooh. Yeah, Hilliard is over here. Here's Hilliard. Okay, Hilliard. So I knew exactly where it was. Okay, so this is Hilliard, and we were literally on Cemetery Road and Main Street, so this would be crooked. So that'd be right about here, probably. I'm going to place it right there, because I know exactly where this is. All right, guess. Yep, we were 250, meters off. Okay, we were 250 meters off. We're less than a kilometer off. All right. That's pretty funny. Anyway, you can notice I kind of freaked out there because I'm like, oh wow, I suddenly recognize this really well. Anyway, that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Okay, so there we go. That is Hilliard. That's Hilliard. That's so funny. There used to be, I used to date anyway, never mind. Anyway, it was kind of triggering to see that street because of, some ex situation. Anyway, so let's go on. We can, let's talk. Let's go on. The FBI is giving you a warning. Maybe. Okay. You know what? Let's end there, guys. Let's end there. I'm going to go eat. All right. That was super weird. Let me put my face up. No, I didn't used to date someone at Gun World, but that's the kind of shit I have to put up with, okay? I live in America. There's a gun world everywhere. No, that's not true, Inverted Panda. Okay, you're right. That street did have a pride flag outside of it, right? Okay, anyway, guys, I love you all very much. I had a lovely day. You're right, Philly Cheese. Gun World was the first date, for sure, okay? I love you all very much. So let's do a, let me say goodbye now. I gotta go. First of all, you know what I'm about to say, guys? I'm gonna say free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, also free Sudan, free Ukraine, free free Iran. There's so free the Congo, free everyone, okay? Everyone be free, please, okay? Matt Saigai, no, that's not what happened. That there was something you could call a gun was involved, though, okay? Anyway, there may have been a gun and shooting involved, but it wasn't a real gun or a real shooting. Okay, I'm joking. I'm just trying to be sexual. Okay, whatever. So, free all those things, all right? Look, see, I'm trying to be serious, and now I'm making dirty jokes. Free Palestine, free Ukraine, free Sudan, free all of them, okay? Second of all, never stop resisting, okay? The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms or revolutionary change, okay? You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not stand in the center, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have and some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you have a good rest of your day. I will be back on tomorrow, regular time, as I'm sure you're all used to seeing me do. Love you all very much. Bye-bye, okay? Join our Discord. It's linked at the top.